What the fuck is my song? What up? I can't hear shit. I don't know why the hell that just happened. Yeah, I'm just waiting for some more people to come up in here. About to open it on up real quick. You know what I mean? I'll take y'all straight to the museum. I'm not gonna take y'all all over the place. I gotta go to like 12 different fucking places. I'm gonna stick with the Penn Museum in Philadelphia. I got other sources too, but I ain't. Nope. In the game, I used to train like Rocky, catching chickens. I was nice, but they was right when they told me that rap was business. I had 10 bands in my stash when I passed over $500,000. Come easy, no good. Don't be surprised I outlast these niggas. It's like they put out a smash. I keep hearing people say the same shit over and over and over and over again. About this Egypt. So we're gonna nip it in the bud. We're gonna pull up and we're gonna put the shank in the side where that rib cage is, like 3 times. Then we're gonna pass it to Buddy. We're gonna keep going intellectual drop-offs, or better yet, intellectual shanks. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the intellectual shank. I ain't gonna drill a Caesar you and just nab you in the back. Nah, we doing side snuffs from now on. They wanna know what I brought to Griselda. I say validity. They asking what work that niggas put in. I'm like, what didn't we problems? Then I correct the obstacles I progress. And logical for them to feel they're responsible for our success. Besides, let me get to my boy. I don't even want to listen to all this. Let's go. About time that I got my respect. It's the butcher, nigga. Yeah. Cold fucking world. Yeah, Egypt. They got Memphis, Tennessee. And if y'all gonna see, you're gonna see it. You're gonna see it. My thing, let me show the picture. I'm gonna show y'all it. On the night I was born, the rain was pouring, God was crying, lightning struck, power outage, sparks was flying, the real one's here, the young boy that walked with lions around the outlines of chalk where the corpse is lying. Of course I'm trying to revive a sport that's dying. Revive the sport that's dying. Got these nerves thinking that you niggas hard as iron, but that just mean I ain't as comfortable as y'all with lying. Woo! Never stressing the booth. Never stressing the booth. I feel like I just left them a suits. Effortless. I'm skating on these records is proof. I put your favorite rapper neck in the noose. Never letting them loose. Cold world, the heat of blast of your speaker. He the last of Mohicans. No weaklings last in my sneakers. Nigga want me on the song. He gon' see the wrath of the reaper. I'm probably gon' go to hell if Jesus asked for a feature. I'm higher than niggas that don't need a bag full of reefer. Some see the glass is empty. I see a glass full of ether. Collecting his bread and mass like he a Catholic preacher. Just to count a nigga cash, you might need a calculus teacher. Eureka, Einstein on the brink of the theory of relativity. No MC equal. Feel me, co-pin be lethal. Crip like an old MTV show. Oh God, the best rapper alive. Headshot. Now go and ask the best rappers that died. They tell you never lied. Yeah. I see them talking. They're like, Egypt's in America. Oh, looky. And people run with it. So we're going to see. We are going to see. Let me get to the note. Let me get to the note. So y'all won't think I'm just making up the shit. Alright? Y'all can go straight to pennmuseum.com. Everything that I'm about to say is on their website. If you can't find it on their website, you can go to, let me see where it's at. journalismsagepub.com, and then you can go to jstor.org. That's where you can find majority of the stuff. So now we're going to deal with the Egypt in America. First, we're just going to deal with the claim, right? We're going to deal with this claim of Egypt. Where does the name Egypt come from? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Where does the name Egypt come from? Where does the name Egypt come from? Does the name Egypt come from the people that was in Egypt? Or does it come from the Greeks? I just want to know. Thank you. So if the word Egypt don't come from the Kemites and it comes from the Greeks, then why are you saying that the Kemites are coming from over here in America? So now let me see if my phone will let me pull it up so y'all can see what I've been saying this entire time. Oh, it went away. Hold on. That's not what I want. Did it save it? Here it go. Y'all see that? Oh, it's too big. It's too big. All right, now, you see what it says? It says the city of Memphis is located in the Mississippi River. The area was Chickasaw land until Jackson, the purchase of 1818. You see that? This tribe was forced to give it up. The modern city was founded in 1819, named Memphis. The name was chosen because of the ancient city of Memphis. And where? And where? It was weirdo. It was chosen because of the ancient city of Memphis and where? Egypt. The original name for Egypt is what? Kemet. Okay, so y'all seen that, right? So won't nobody thinking I'm making it up. Now let me find the other one so y'all can see it as if my phone saved it. You see that? That one says that Memphis over there in Egypt, it was founded between 2613 and 2108 BC. Let's see when the Memphis over here in America was. That ain't it. I don't think I got it, y'all. I don't think it saved it. Yeah, it didn't save it. I'm going to look for it, though. Yeah, I ain't going to be able to see it because it didn't save it. I thought it did, but it didn't. Nope. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to this. I'm gonna see if I can find it for y'all. Cause I thought it saved it and it didn't. Let me pull it up. I don't want that. I want this. I'm pulling it up now. And I'm going to try to put it on the screen so y'all can see what I'm talking about. So y'all people don't think I'm making it up. Oh, look, he's making it up. Come on, phone. You see that? That's when Memphis, Tennessee was founded, 1819. So if Memphis wasn't founded until 1819, and this is why it's not its original name, because again, let me go to it so y'all can see the original name. It was purchased from the Chickasaw people. It was not from them, but it was in the purchase of the Jackson Purchase of 1818. And forced the tribe, right? I don't know. CD, a modern city, was founded in 1819, right? Memphis. That's when it was founded. So you got 1819 AD. That's 1819 AD. And this is when the city of Memphis, Egypt was founded. Between 2613 and 2181 BCE. So before 1819, these motherfuckers didn't know nothing about Egypt. They didn't know no Memphis. They didn't know none of that over here in America. They made it up. 1819. So therefore, the Kemites are predating the land that you're calling Memphis, Tennessee. Y'all didn't get that until after the Jackson Purchase of 1818. Okay? So we're going to move on from that. And I want to go to this right here. Y'all see that? That's one of the statues that they found over in Egypt. In Africa. Egypt, Memphis. It's still over there. The motherfucker's so big they couldn't move it. They just picked it up, drug it a little bit. And this is one of the ones that people are saying that they found in Memphis, Tennessee. This is between 1910 and 1913. You had a dude named Sir William Flinders Petrie. He was over there digging. He had another person help female on two of his expeditions over there, and I don't think she went with him on the third expedition. But they found multiple, what you want to call sphinxes, over there in Memphis, Egypt, not Memphis, Tennessee. This is just the facts. If you don't like it, you guys can go to PennMuseum.com and look up everything that I'm about to run through. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. Bro, look, I'm telling you. Watch. It's not a game. I'm about to put the people on the thing. Hold on, they in blue. I don't see them. Here they go. Bam. You see that? You see the dude at the top, Sir Williams? That's the guy that was over there finding stuff. He was backed by the dude named Gordon, and then the dude that was funding Sir Williams is the Eckley dude, right? He was funding his expedition to look for all the stuff in Memphis, Egypt, not Memphis, Tennessee.
And look, hey, they looking for shit, right? But it's already over here. They looking for why they looking for stuff. They had little evil things going on with them too, stealing money, stealing funding, stealing stuff from people. Keeping secret manuscripts, not telling people they got them because they want to translate them first, knowing damn well they were supposed to turn that in and let it be public record for students. There's all types of crooked stuff going on. But if all that stuff was over here, why would they be fighting over it? Trying to
Right?
stop someone from bringing it back, sabotaging their boats. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, why would you be doing that? Jacking prices up for the boat trips and stuff. That someone is traveling far out to go get that. If it was already here, we would see everyone coming over here to get the information. People are trying to travel that away to go get it. This shit,
They're
it's
not.
like
They're
you
not
have to
looking
twist
for
your
no.
head
They're not.
backwards and
Yeah.
upside down to try to make this make sense.
You gotta show me now. Remember, because I want y'all to understand this. Because I'm gonna make this real clear for the people in the back. I used to be an Egyptomaniac.
Yes, they
When I was
are,
an
bro.
Egyptomaniac, when you study this, and you guys can ask Mo or anybody that's in the chematology, during the period of people being Egyptomaniacs, they were bringing things over there from Egypt into America, not the other way around. If you want to say that the the pharaohs over there in Egypt came from over here in America, you got to show me the king's list from the time that they were over here to the time that they went over there, and Dharma comes from one of these kings. You got to show me that.
Yeah, we don't want to hear nothing about after people already done made contact and all of that shit. Forget all of that. We got to go back to the actual Kemet. Go back to actual Kemet because they playing around in Egypt and we being nice just saying Egypt. They have no clue that there's a whole nother section of rulers because they keep talking about Egypt. That Egypt shit ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about. Kemet already existed and Nubia already existed before we even get invaders. That's what made them fall. Before you even get droughts, you got invaders coming in from multiple Persians, Assyria,
It's the
Greeks,
Libyans.
Romans, everybody came in kicking ass. Plus they had internal problems. So these people fell and then they got this Egypt shit going on. If you are using the name that the ops is smoking on, they disrespecting you with that. They calling Egypt, this is Egypt now. That was their enemy. That don't even make any sense. That God was the enemy of their belief system or gods, if you want to call it that. That would be the enemy. They prayed to that God, Egyptos, to help them with their wars. Help us defeat the Kemetic people. And once they defeated them, they said, look, this is Egypt. They're not calling the original people there Egyptian. So if we see Greek writing in America, cool, you do need to ask questions. What is that? Like, how they got this stuff over here? That should be over there. You know what I'm saying? If you see someone saying anything about Egypt or names like Memphis and all of that, if you see those names, you should ask questions. But don't try to act like it has something to do with ancient Kemet. That's backwards. This is after invaders already got their hands in shit. So that's why everything's in Greek. Show me some Kemetic shit over here.
Right? Show
Where
me the
that's at?
rod and the staff over here that predates anything in Egypt. Because these are the original names, and you guys can't see it because it's kind of blurry. And if I blow it up, you're really not going to be able to see it. So I'm trying to find the thing that I have where they were season shit. Is this it? No. That's the bird. Oh, I thought I had it on here where they were season shit. I want to show y'all where they got that Egypt shit from. This is.
Oh shit, I need that.
Where the fuck is you at?
Let's see. Oh, they gonna be hurt with the animals. Yo, they gonna be hurt, bro. This is about to be bad. They can't even play games. We outside of a. I ain't gonna say nothing yet. Well, I'll wait till we get to it. Just do one thing at a time.
I don't see it, bro. I thought I saved that shit. It ain't showing up on this motherfucker. But it looks bad, yo. I'm gonna have to find it again and put it up here. Don't worry, it ain't gonna take that long. There it go. I'm gonna send it to this phone so y'all can see it. So y'all won't think I'm making this shit up. If I found, okay, I got it. I got it. And then when I put it, y'all where y'all can go. So y'all can look up the same shit I'm about to show you. You see that? Memphis seizes ancient Egyptian artifacts. Now watch. Let me find it where it's at.
Look at Buck.
I wrote it down. I don't know where the fuck is that. Here it goes. You guys go to my Wonderlist Life, my Wonderlustylife.com. And when you go there, I'm gonna spell it for y'all. It's MYWANDERLUSTYLIFE.com. And it's gonna say Memphis, Tennessee, and Memphis, Egypt, a collection of connections. That's where these motherfuckers is getting that Egypt and Memphis are in Memphis, Tennessee. Because when you go and you read the article, it's saying that, oh, well, they're similar. They got some type of connection. But they're telling you, when you read it, that Memphis in Egypt is way older than the Memphis in Tennessee. And they tell you plain as day that that's where they get the name from. And the reason why they named it Memphis, Tennessee is because there's a river there. And they say the river reminds them of the similar river over there in Memphis, Egypt. Mm-hmm. So they said, oh, we're going to name this Memphis, Tennessee. If you don't think that I'm telling you the truth, go look it up. You ain't even got to go and look up all of that. Just put in Memphis, Tennessee, and Memphis, Egypt, a collection of connection. And you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. Now, the other thing I'm going to show you guys is y'all don't want to think I'm making it up. Where's he at? Where's my boy at? Where's my light-skinned fellow brother at? I'm going to have to put him on the screen. There you go. You see him? He's happy. You see that statue behind him? That is a red alabaster statue. That statue, let me get to the people. I got to turn my page. That statue was purchased by the Penn Museum after the guy found it, Sir William Matthew Flinders Petrie. He found it with two other people. Remember, he was backed, he was funded by doing an Eckley B. Koch. And then the guy that was over the museum, the Penn Museum, was George Byron Gordon. So Flinders wrote him a letter asking him, hey, you might be interested in this. He said, yeah, I need a picture first. So then he saw the picture, he saw everything was good, and he wanted to buy the bigger one. It's like, man, the bigger one, it ain't gonna be able to fit there. And if you guys think I'm lying, you're gonna have a hard time finding it. But if you look in the Penn Museum archives, but I looked, and when you go there, you can't really find it. So you got to look for the letter of George Byron Gordon and Sir William Matthew Flinders Petrie. And they're going to show you. Let me go to it so y'all won't think that I made that shit up either. This is an article right here of what they talking about. I know you can't see it because this shit is old. And then that's where they talking about they trying to transport it on the ship, right? And if you guys think I'm lying, there you go. You can go and read this book, and the book is going to tell you everything that I'm talking about. They didn't find this motherfucker in Memphis, Tennessee. They found it in Memphis, Egypt. They had to move it to a port, and from that port, it took them 6,000 miles to get it to where it needed to go here in America. Then again, this is how much it costed. It cost us damn near $800 to move the shit. Now, you got to remember, in 1912, 1913, $800 is a lot of money. That's how much they have to pay for them to move this shit. It wasn't a small amount. And then that right there is the final location because it's set outside for 3 years. That right there, that red alabaster Sphinx statue sat outside this museum for 3 years because they couldn't move it in because it was too damn heavy. And then y'all not gonna be able to read this, but I'm gonna sum it up. This is the stuff that they found on that red alabaster statue that they brought over there from Egypt, Memphis, and brought over here to Philadelphia, Penn Museum. On that, it's the shin, which y'all call cartouches, but it's the shin, and in the shin, it's telling you who was revering. Who was revering? The great Ramses the Second. That's who they're talking about. Ramses. One of the Ramses. It's not talking about some Egyptian that they found in Memphis, Tennessee. It's not talking about their lineage, none of that. It's talking about a dude, a pharaoh that was ruling over there in Kemet. If you guys think I'm lying, you can go to, let me pull it up. You guys can go to YouTube right now and pull up If He Could Talk, the amazing story of the colossal Sphinx of Ramses at Penn Museum, moved from Egypt. Go look it up. You're going to see everything that I'm talking about. See, I'm not just going to give y'all some shit that I like. I'm not doing that. I'm giving y'all stuff that y'all can go look. I'm not showing you a picture or some shit. I'm like, look, this is what it is because I said it. No, I'm telling you where they found it at. And not only am I showing you where they found it at, like this, you can see where they clearly got the name from and what time. It tells you, look, Men Nefer. You see that? Men Nefer. Beautiful. Translated into Greek, it means what? Memphis. So that's letting you know right there that when you get to the word Memphis, Memphis is what? It's a what? A Greek word. So if you come over to America and you see Memphis, Tennessee, you try to make the correlation between Memphis, Tennessee and the Kemites. And that's not their word. The Kemites does not call their land. I've been saying this. They don't call it Memphis. I've been trying to tell people this that think Egypt is in America. They don't call it Memphis. It's telling you right there. It's called Men Nefer. The enduring beautiful. The enduring in beautiful. And it's translated by the Greeks into Memphis. People don't know what they're talking about. They just get up here and they say whatever feels good because people want to believe the dumb shit that's coming out of their mouth.
Now, where is Greece? Because it ain't in a motherfucking dry ass head. I know that one. So where Greece at then? Since they traveled to Egypt to learn under the Egyptians, right?
Right.
Where's Greece at then? They traveled all the way to America and then went back to Greece? Or you
to
gonna put Greece over here in Canada? where the fuck is Greece at then? Where
this is vanilla cream pop. It's not beer. I don't drink beer.
Where the hell is it at? You can't switch one thing and then not switch something else. If Egypt is over here and then we're using those records, we're going to use their words. We're going to use their symbols. We're going to talk about their philosophy. And we're going to take these characters and make them interact with people that you claim are over here in America originally. Then you have to move them too, unless you're saying that they traveled over here. That's going to create another problem. Because when they went to go study under them, what is one of the first things they said to them? Their openings. Hold on, let me see, because I think I got it. I had that one open too. That's Overton. Yeah, Overton is the person who named it Memphis. And there's a whole backstory to why he chose to name it Memphis. And Andrew Jackson was involved too. There's 3 people who got together and named it Memphis. It wasn't like some spooky spiritual alien shit on how this shit was named Memphis. It has a whole backstory to it. You know, it has a whole backstory to it. There's a reason why they did it. Like you said, the river. And another reason they did it is because it was like a token of good faith, because they were in business with people, and they were trusting people with certain classified documents. And we can get into that later because that shit is extensive. But he was showing people before he died, before Andrew Jackson died, he was telling people he trusted what he was going to do for them. And he was setting things up to show, look, I'm going to trust you with my papers. And this ain't no hoax or nothing. This ain't no bullshit. And I'm also going to show you this. Boom, they got together, named the city and everything. And this is going to show you, like, I'm really partners with you. I'm naming this city after something that we both share in this rapport that we got. You know, so it was a token of good faith. This wasn't something where somebody was trying to say, oh, this is Egypt. That wasn't even their intention. But the part I wanted to point out was, let me see, where is it at? Oh, yeah. What the Egyptians said, how the Greeks went under the Romans. They called them their children. That's what they said. They said when they went to go study under them, Aristotle, I can just go off the top of my head. I'm going to paraphrase it because I can't, there's too many things open. I want to make sure I stick with those animals. But I still want to point out that Aristotle and the people who were over him who knew about ancient Kemet and their knowledge, they said that one of the ancient wise men, the same person that Solomon got his information from, wise men, he never said he wrote all of that shit. They try to attribute everything to Solomon too. He admits that he got it from Wiseman. You just don't read the whole book. You pick verses you want to read, and you don't care about the rest of it. If you read all of Aristotle's work and his master teachers and all of the pupils that come under him, they all keep piggybacking each other, saying that we got this from the ancient Wiseman and Kemet. And they gave them that knowledge, and he said that they're the ones who created arithmetic, and they created the symbols for it, and the alphabet, and the symbols for the alphabet. They don't take no credit for anything. So we would be saying that if we switch up the language and we say that Egypt is in America, then we would have to say that Aristotle is talking about, and other Greeks are talking about traveling all the way to universities in America to learn, and then traveling all the way back to teach their people what they learned. That's ridiculous. It already took a long time for you to study under them anyway when you living in close proximity. If you got to travel all the way from Greece to America and then come back, who has the time to do that shit? You would have never came back. You go all the way to America to learn that shit and stay under them for 20, 30 years. You might as well just stay there. Yep. You damn near 60 years old. You gonna come back like an old man talking about some, this is what I've learned. Wait a minute. Hold on. I forgot.
They said that the same people that we get our language from, our writing style, and our mathematics are the same people that we are enslaving. And who are the people they were enslaving? They tell you, they said the Kemites, the Nubians. And this is what the Kemites told them. The Kemites told them, they said, in the eyes of us, y'all will always be children. Because y'all early in the game. Y'all not late in the game. Y'all come lately. They're not as ancient as our civilization. So y'all not prepared for the stuff that we've seen. So we got to prepare y'all for the stuff that y'all seen. Y'all babies. And they wasn't ready to hear that. They got all up in their fucking feelings. And when you go into Kemet and you look at the original people of that land, look at their shins, right? Look at the shin of the Shinu. That's what y'all call the cartridge, like where they were putting their names in. You can look at that. Yeah, the cartouche, but it's really a shin or a Shinu. You can tell they didn't know what they was talking about because a lot of times these images is empty. They don't have no writing to it. You just got an image on the wall with no writing to explain what the image is because they didn't understand the language. So now we need to see that in America. It says the name Ramses II is carved on the Sphinx. The monument was originally created for another king, probably from a half a millennium earlier. Are you guys reading this? We know that they created really impressive big sphinxes at the time, says Joe Wagner. Oftentimes, hundreds of years later, kings like Ramses II would recarve. Kings like Ramses II will recarve. He recarved his name into the red alabaster limestone of that Sphinx that they moved to Penn State Museum between 1912 and 1913.
Peace.
That people are saying that they found in Memphis, Tennessee, and it really was found in Memphis, Egypt, also known as Men-Nefer.
He ain't read the placard. That shit was slick, but that was a nice, smooth ass.
This is on the placard.
He didn't read the placard. He said, I found it, y'all. He just kept, whoever was holding that camera was holding that shit up so high. It's like they knew to not, because I was looking, I was like, wait till they, as soon as it slide past that placard, I'm going to screenshot it. Then nigga, like he strategically did not show the placard. He didn't show it. I found it, y'all. It's the Sphinx in Memphis. Like, move your head out the way so we can see the placard.
This is what's on the placard, Mo. It says, May, the Horus, the mighty bull, beloved of Ma'at, Lord of the two lands, Ursur Ma'at Ra, Sentepin Ra. If you guys need, that's his name. Ursur Ma'at Ra, Sentepin Ra. That's one of the names, right? Lord of appearance, Ramses. But it ain't really Ramses. They just thought that's what the name was, so they put it in. It probably was Champollion that did that. But this is just a translation, right? Because I can't read the Metanetta. It says, beloved of Amun, the golden Horus, Now, when I'm saying majority of the stuff that I'm saying, they're Greek words. It's not in the Medu that we know of. It's not in Coptic. It's not in Heroic or
Not
Demonic.
only that, I'm gonna take you a step further. It is the modern Greek. It's not
Yes.
the ancient Greek. It's the Greek from the time English exists. It's not even a right. They don't even know what they doing. They be reading two sentences and then they just let me get on TikTok and post
And
up a
yes, look,
video.
I found it's like he thought it was Christmas and he got all happy. So he didn't even show the plaque or the shin where the stuff is at. So I'm gonna finish it, right? It says the golden horse, strong of years and great of Victoria, the Lord of two lands, Ursula Adrat and Teppenra, Lord of appearance, Ramses beloved, and then it's basically it's saying the same thing on the other part because it's a two-parter. He just uses his other name. His other name is Uther Ma'at Ray. They got like 5 fucking names. That's what's on when he showed you. If you go and look at the video on the Earth Speak, and he shows you the red alabaster statue that they found in Memphis, Egypt. On the sides of that, where you have the what's the call, Mo? The what?
Cartouche.
Cartouche, which is really the shin or the shinu. This is there. They're breaking it down. Matter of fact, if you look at the placard where it is, matter of fact, let me go to it so y'all can see it. I don't want y'all to think I'm making it up. That's too fucking far. You can't see it from there. I don't think I got a better picture neither.
You see how they got a freestyle shit and we got to keep backing up everything we saying? This is why they don't want to do this shit. It's too much discipline.
This is light. Y'all, this research is light. Look, there you go. Y'all see that shit in front of it?
And if you go look at the video, go to Earth Speaks, you can drop over there, go look at one of his latest videos. Shit kind of viral, you know, I ain't gonna hold him. But look at what he's doing or whoever is holding the camera. I don't know who's holding the camera. I ain't gonna put it on him. But they're holding it up away from the placard. The placard is gonna tell you everything about it. And he keeps holding it up. Why would you hold the camera up that high? Show us the whole thing. Back up a little bit and get the full view of it so we can zoom in and freeze frame the shit. So someone knew, like, this is a con artist move. I'm gonna just show them the Sphinx, then I'm gonna post it up on TikTok, and I'm gonna say, I found it. It's in Memphis, Philadelphia, and guess what you're gonna do? Look, they know people gonna do their due diligence a little bit, right? They're not gonna do full research. They're gonna do a little bit of search, and they're gonna see that, oh, it is in a museum in Philadelphia. Well, guess what? I got something else for you. You know they had Hercules in a museum, I think in Ohio.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they had Hercules in there, and when they dated that, there were some issues with it. But let's just say that it was real, it was authentic. It still wouldn't mean that it was found in America. Something being in a museum in America does not mean that that's where the fuck they found it at. And when he got there, he had to have known that. Like, did you walk through there and people are sitting there like, hey, you want to know something about it? You got people who are like, what do you call them? History buffs. You know what I'm saying? They're not necessarily scholars or anything, but they can walk around the museum. Hey, let me tell you something about this, man. You know, look, this is where they brought it here. They telling you, and if not, you reading the placard. So
he didn't
why
read the
would you do that?
He just, yay, look, this is the one they found in Memphis, Tennessee. If you don't get the fuck out of here with that.
I think he did read it. Because he held the camera. Why would you hold the camera up that high, away from the placard? Because I'm looking at the video, waiting for him to move to the side, you know, and show the placard so I can freeze frame that shit. He never did it. I think he did that by whoever was holding the camera. I think they did it on purpose. That was strategic. Yep.
If y'all think we lying, go get him. Tell him to come here and defend himself. He's not gonna do it. He ain't gonna do it. Why? Because we checkmating. Listen, if they found it in Memphis, Tennessee, right? I gave you the Eckley dude, Cox, who funded Sir Williams, what's his middle
Flinders
name?
Petrie.
Yeah, Sir Williams something Petrie. Matthew Flinders Matthew Petrie, right? He funded that dude's whole expedition. And then you had the other dude named Byron Gordon, who was the executive dude over the museum, right? Because a dude died, and after that dude died, he took over as a director of the museum. And so Sir Williams, William
I didn't know
Matthew
that.
Flinders, he got a long ass name. He sent a letter to Gordon and asked him, did he want the statue? And the dude said, hey, I need to see a picture of it. So then he was like, yeah, I'm interested. So he tried to give him another statue. No, the dude wanted to buy a bigger statue. He was like, nah, this statue gonna say here, we gonna use this. Because we probably can't even put this on the boat and give it to you. It might not even fit where you at. So they gave him the smaller one. The smaller one is the one you see. That motherfucker is not big. Now, since I showed you this picture, I'm going to rewind back and show you the other one. Let me, because it's sideways on the ground. This is the one he wanted. He originally wanted this one. And when you go look at the Earth Speaks first video, this is the one he's talking about that they found over there in Memphis, Tennessee. He's not talking about the one he just showed you where he's happy as shit. The small one I just showed you, he wasn't talking about that originally. He was talking about this one on the ground tilted sideways. If you guys don't believe me, go look on my YouTube, Student, Here We Go, and look at the video where I addressed the claim on him in his first video saying he never apologized because he knew he made a mistake. And instead of him
John
saying that they
DeMarco.
didn't find it in America, he said that they used the stone that was over here in America and made it over there. But that's not what he originally said in his first video. So now he's not using this statue. No, I'm not done.
Damn.
He's not using this statue. He's not using this statue. This is the statue that was on its side, and they propped it up. If you look at this statue and you go back to his original statue, you're going to see the right side of that the statue that he showed is messed up. Now, we're going to go back to the one where he's happy as shit. The right side of this statue look messed up. The only thing wrong with the statue is its face.
I cracked the code, y'all. I found it. He had the black power fist pumping and everything. I got it, y'all. I did it. Don't worry about the placard. But look at this. I got it.
See, look, I'm gonna let y'all in. I'm gonna let y'all in on, because this is what this man said. I was watching his live earlier. He said he don't read books. The information comes from him. You got to be careful of people that are telling you shit like that, because they think every time that they see something, it's real. It's 100% facts. He not gonna give you no source. I gave you the source. The Penn Museum in Philadelphia. That's the same place where he was. He showed y'all this statue, but he didn't give you the source of what the statue was saying. He just showed you the picture and got all happy like it was Christmas, and he got a PS4, PS5 underneath the Christmas tree. That's it. You can go look. You can go to the Penn State Museum archives. If you can't find it on their website, you can call them and ask them where you can get the location of the letters from. They were writing back and forth. Not only were they writing back and forth, let me see if I got it on here. I want to see if it's actually going to show the news clip. You putting so much in this damn phone. Is this the news clip? I don't know if y'all can see that. But let me go to my phone so I can read it to y'all on my phone. I gotta find the news clip. Hold on. I wanna see if I can blow it up. Nope, that's not the same one. Hold on, I gotta find that exact one. It's probably not even on this one. It's probably on the phone that I'm showing y'all. Yeah, I think it's on that phone, and I can't blow that up. But anyways, what this is saying, I can't even read it. R. Ed Piggeries put Sphinx on interview. No, put Jinx on interview with the Sphinx. So what they're telling you is, I don't know if you guys can read that blue. Can you see that blue, Mo?
It is
I
kind of
can't read
blurry.
that. Yeah, I can't read that shit. But they're letting you know what's going on and what's taking place. Because I don't want people, oh look, they're just showing you stuff, and this is what the ship with the log. You got other. This is how they're trying to figure the destination to move it over here, and then you see that cablegram. They're moving it over to Philadelphia. I'm not giving you feel good shit. I'm letting you know what happened. Then this is the Sphinx they had to put on the railroad card to get it to Philadelphia from over there off the ship. And then we're not dealing with that right now. I don't want to deal with that right now. They don't want to deal with that shit neither. What is this? No, well, we already showed that. This right here. This lady actually works for the museum, and she was the one that was doing the translations. Even though they already had the translations for what it said, she married an Egyptologist. She's an Egyptologist. 9 times out of 10, her son is going to be Egyptology. But she's translating. She's letting you know what this says. That right there, what the fuck is it? Cartouche, also known as a Shin or a Shanu. That's letting you know that's Ramses. Everything that I wrote, that I told y'all, that's what she's telling you. And then she breaks it down into the stuff that I said. That's on that statue that he showed you. That's the same one. That's just in black and white. This is the picture that they took when they moved it in from outside for 3 years. It was sitting out there for 3 years, and people were complaining that it was outside. So when they were constructing the what is the name of that wing? I think it was the Cox wing, named after the dude that that funded Sir William Matthew Flinders Petrie's his archaeological studies. They named the wing. I think they named the wing that they put the Sphinx in after the dude who funded it. And when they were moving it in, they were like, okay, we got to find some place for it. And they was like, well, why don't we just move it over there? Because they didn't have all the walls put up. So they just like, we're going to drag it in and put it in through one of the walls that we haven't finished yet. So they just moved a lot of stuff and they drug it in. And that's where they left it. Because the motherfucker's heavy as shit. That's what ended up happening. But yeah, we're just gonna drag it in. So they drug that motherfucker
And
in.
remember this too. This is just something to throw in there so that they understand how things transition over time. America, this is what scholars say, right? That America, and this is like a rule of thumb when understanding modern history and verbiage, when people are talking and using certain types of titles and terminology, speaking towards nations and people. When you deal with America, if you see any type of text or any type of dissertations or historical documents and stuff, and people are writing papers or books, and you see that this person back in maybe like the 1700s 1800s, they're writing America. When you see the word America, it's going to be associated with what? Africa. If they're talking about Egypt, they keep saying Africa, 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 Africa. When you see someone starting to use the United States, that's when you start seeing the word Egypt come along. because you're dealing with people who are using information in modern terms. They see that data being written a certain way, just the same way you see Jesus. Those names are not going to be recognized by people who live at that time. So Egypt is being used after people have already transitioned into saying that these invaders are the original people. So you see United States, that shows motive. You see the person talking is using the word Egypt. But when you see texts that say America, which is older than the United States, you see that word America, you also see Egypt being spoken about as Africa. They're talking about a great land in Africa. So those are things to pay attention to, because the way people talk also reveal a date and time. The way you speak shows what time period you're from. Just like you see people from the South who are kind of behind us a little bit, they speak a certain way. They use terms that are more old, and we look at them like, oh, y'all in the past, and you're not as smart as us. You don't know how to use technology. You still living, in an old school way. That happens. That's what happens. And as you go up north, you start seeing people using different terminology, because that's where you had more free people at. You see, so language also can pinpoint, positions on a timeline. I just wanted to point that out.
Yep. Now, since you guys can't see it, I'm gonna read it from my other phone. I gotta find it. Let me see if this is it. I gotta find that exact one. Hold on, y'all. Give me a minute. Matter of fact, I might not even have it on this phone. It might be on that phone.
Oh yeah, and y'all, if y'all want a reference for that, you can look at Nelson Dana D. or Dana D. Nelson from 1998, National Manhood, Capitalist Citizenship, and Imagined Fraternity of White Men. That's Duke University. Then you also have Helen Whitehouse, Egyptomanias, in the American Journal of Archaeology. And all of that shit goes into how they changed the way they spoke about these people, because they were trying to create this imagined, solidified nativity of the lighter skinned person being part of the Fertile Crescent, which is ancient Africa, right? They wanted to make it seem like they were the ones that were doing it. So it would behoove them to put Greece, the people who studied under them, because they're the ones who had the most knowledge. You wouldn't use the Romans. They came in too late. You would use the Greeks, who had fully put their foot in the ass of the Kemet people, who are the Kemetic people who were there, who lost their ruling and ran back to their cousins and shit, to see if they could, gather together and come back and beat these people. But they couldn't do it. They took a L. It was too many people kicking their ass at the same time. But the Greeks are the ones who actually did the most damage and came out with the most profit off of that. So it was good for them to use them and say that we are the people, and through them, the Egyptians, we can show that we were the dominant race and we were the ones who were there, and this is our land. And nobody ever thinks about looking too far back into the past and seeing that there were Africans there, and that people were literally speaking about Africans. The people who learned about them and the people who later in the future came to America and was trying to teach people about it. When you see the word American, you'll see the word African alongside that. You won't see Egypt. Egypt
Right?
came much later.
Way later. Now I want to take y'all to what this is, the Petrie Museum of Egypt Archaeology. And you can find this article on joyofmuseums.com. So I can't read the top of that. So I'm going to read, I wrote it down earlier. The Petrie Museum of Egyptian Archaeology, part of the University College of London Museum. The museum contains over 80,000 Egyptian and Sudanese artifacts. I'm going to say that one more time. Over 80,000 Egyptian and Sudanese artifacts. Early pieces of linen from Egypt from about 5,000 BC. So if you got to go past, you got to go before 5,000 BC over here in America to show me where y'all linen from. Where's y'all archaeologists' findings at?
And
Because
mind you,
they're
5,000 BC would be 7,000 years ago. For the people that don't understand how AD and BC works, you got to take the 2,000 from AD and add it to the 5,000 BC. So you would get 7,000 years total.
yep. It says the museum was established as a teaching resource for the Department of Egypt Archaeology and Philosophy at University College in 1892. Professor William Matthew Flinders Petrie, I'm going to say that one more time. Professor Sir Williams Matthew Flinders Petrie conducted many important excavations. In in 1913, he sold his collection of Egyptian antiquities to the University College, creating the Flinders Petrie collection of Egyptian antiquities and transforming the museum into one of the leading collections outside of Egypt. Petrie excavated dozens of significant sites in Egypt, and his successors continued to add to the collections, excavating in other parts of Egypt and Sudan. Did you hear what he said? Well, I said it because I read the shit. The Sudan. Where's the Sudan at? Is that in America? Because the stuff that the Earth Speaks told y'all that they found over here in Memphis, Tennessee, this dude that they just created a whole museum collection for, that's the dude that found all the shit he's saying that they found in Memphis, Tennessee. And they found it in Memphis, Egypt, also known as Men and Nefer, because Memphis is a Greek word. I've been telling y'all this shit all along. It's like people look for shit, they find the shit that they're looking for, and they don't do a comparative study with good and bad. They just take the good and run with it. Like, oh, I dropped the bag. And then when I go to pick up the bag, somebody else is picking up the bag. So I'm only able to obtain one thing, one item out of the bag, and then I got to run for dear life. No. When you do comparative study, you got to do comparative study of the good shit and the bad shit. He just ran to some good shit and brought it to motherfuckers, and people really believe all the shit that's on this damn page when he's talking about Egypt's in America. Now I'm going to tell y'all this because a lot of y'all don't know. I called him out a whole week and a half, and he showed up to one live at night when he knew I was about to get up and go to bed because it was a Sunday, and he didn't address nothing that I said. He started arguing with a religious person on the live. None of us, let me rephrase that. I'm not scared of none of these people saying Egypt's in America. Tell them to pull up, bring their artifacts, bring the scholars, bring the archaeologists, bring the what's the other one? They're not archaeologists, they're what's the people that study bones?
Anthropologists.
Anthropologists. Bring them.
Please bring them.
Bring the people who are funding their work. Because the people that I told y'all about, they made wings for them in museums. The same pictures. If y'all think I'm lying, go to the Earth Speaks page right now. Screenshot all the pictures of the statues that he is saying that they found in Memphis, Tennessee. Go to
and
Google, hit
and
hit
compare.
the pic. Yeah, there you go. Hit the picture and drag the picture over there. And it's going to tell you where they found it out. And a lot of times they're going to tell you what museum it's located in. And then when you go to the museum and find out where it's located in, and you hit where it's at, and they tell you who found the damn thing. And it'll show you where the fuck they found it at.
Now,
This was
if this isn't true, you still should have a counter argument with substantiated evidence that shows that someone found it that has a different name and they're from a different place and they're involved with a different group of people. And then it would show that, okay, there must be some type of discrepancy here, and maybe we need to get to the bottom of this. They're not producing anything. They're not
No.
showing where it is. You just coming off the top. You taking something that was found. It says where it came from. There's a placard there. There's history behind it. These people have journals. They have books. They have dissertations. They have lectures. There's history behind all of this shit. There's funds that went into them traveling to go get it. It was sitting in a I think in like a port. It was sitting in a port like on the Suez before it got put on a German ship to
Yep.
get brought over
Yep.
here, right? So
Yep.
whether they was getting together funds or someone had to have some
They
type
had
of
to
permit
figure out
to
when they
keep it
got it
there,
to the damn port. They had to figure out how the fuck they was gonna get it to America.
right? They probably had to get a permit. There's a paper trail. You can't duck that, you know. And then another issue that we also have to address, if you're ready to get into it with these animals, it's gonna go far beyond just what an animal looks like. There's other animals that they depicted that we just don't speak of because your brain wouldn't even let you bring it up.
Yep.
So whenever you're ready,
I got one more thing that we can go to
ahead.
that. This is what I think happened. The Earth Speak claimed to be indigenous, and he fell in love with Egyptomania. So he said, damn, I got to think of a way to make it seem like Egypt was in America. So he started looking for stuff to fit the narrative, and he saw all these Greek words, and he fell in love with the shit. That's what happened. Oh, shit, I'm right. I'm an Egyptian. Because when you go and watch his video, it seems like he loves the Egyptians. But what he's not telling y'all is that even if the Egyptians came from America, and I'm just hypothetical, then you have to explain the Nubians, the people from the Sudan, coming from America also.
Where were they at?
Those artifacts that are in Nubia, also known as in Sudan, they are older than all the shit in Egypt.
And so was
That's
the
why
language.
you got the Suez Canal right now.
And so was the language. Where is that at?
The oldest
You can't get the
writing
children's
language that they have
language.
to date. And they get into a debate on this all the time because they try to make it seem like the Sumer and other archaeologists are saying it's Egypt. The writing style is older in Egypt than it is in Sumer, and they try to make it seem like Sumer is first. They're rewriting history over this shit. Some people want to accept it. Some people don't want to accept it. Cuneiform is not older than the writing styles that they have. It's just one. The Egyptian writing style is one of the oldest. You got like proto writings in sub-Saharan Africa that are older than that. But the oldest writings are coming from Africa. They're not coming from America. America is late in the game.
And they're borrowing symbols. If you look, they borrow symbols from Arabic. That's way after. You nowhere near the symbols you borrow come from another group of borrowed symbols. You ain't even hit Phoenician yet. And you trying to snatch up the Kemetic languages and snatch up language. They try to stick Sumer before it. They keep doing this shit. They keep trying to find a way to put themselves in the front. Look at Black Power. And went straight to the Kool-Aid. I did it! God damn it! I'm Super Saiyan.
I'm the greatest. I'm telling y'all, this is what this man said. He said
Pump it up.
He does not read books.
Don't ever say no shit like that.
He doesn't really do a lot of research. He's a foot-to-ground type of person. You weren't foot-to-ground type of person when you were looking and you were putting pictures up from Google trying to explain that these artifacts that they found in Memphis, Egypt, are actually from Memphis, Tennessee, here in America. And the red alabaster, listen to this, y'all. The red alabaster, that statue behind him that he's pumping his fist for like he Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan, and he just won Game 7 of the NBA Finals, that comes from the Sudan. It does not come from Egypt. It comes from the Sudan.
Mm-hmm.
The people of the Sudan, what we call the Nubians, whose their dynasties are older, they'd say between 1,000 and 1,500 years older than the shit that they find in Egypt. You got the instant burner of Castule. It was found in Nubia. It is one of the oldest thing that they found relating to anything that symbolizes Egypt, artifacts. You're not going to find shit older than that.
We the cleanup crew. We don't get paid much. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all seen that?
This the job.
Y'all seen
This the job
the
of the
cleaner,
cleanup crew.
the entertainer? That's us.
Yeah, you see, look at them likes. Look at he's like 5,000 likes. He probably got 10K right now.
I didn't see that shit.
Because he's full of shit.
Full of
Don't
shit.
get fooled by shit that's popular. It's you know why it's popular? Because it has shock value. It's like, oh shit, Egypt is in America. It's like it creates an attraction to it because it's something different. It ain't real though. Illusions are always attractive. You could be in a damn desert and see a mirage and walk all the way towards it. You probably supposed to grab a cactus and squeeze whatever juice you can get out of that, or eat an insect, or drink even your urine or some shit and try to filter it through some sand. But you see that mirage, and what you do? It's a fucking ice cold vending machine, and it's a you walking up and you think you got a quarter in your hand and everything. You ain't got a quarter in your hand. That's a blister in your finger. And you walking up about to peel the blister off your finger and try to stick it into this damn vending machine that don't exist. It's an illusion, but it's gonna appeal to you because you're thirsty anyway. You thirsty. You want to know some supernatural shit, some magical, mystical, out of this world knowledge. But you got to come back down to earth. That's why the shit we talking about is not popular, because we telling you the truth. And guess what? The truth is kind of boring.
Yep.
Because it's not as exaggerated as these people are making it. I rose from the dead and I came back to life. And then I came up to heaven and I talked to this nigga. Whoa, you just died for a good cause. And then they exaggerate the story and you forget all about the original message. That's what they're doing. They're distracting you from actually learning real history. And that's why he's excited. And guess what? People are going to fuel it. They're going to boost it up. And this motherfucker is going to feed off of his own illusions. He's going to fall for his own shit.
When I was in his live, he had like 80 people in there. The most I had in here was 21. Everything that I talked to y'all about so far, well, majority of the stuff, you can find in this book, The Sphinx That Traveled to Philadelphia. Just look it up.
It's not hidden.
I'm not lying to y'all. Look this shit up. Now let me get this bird in real quick. If I can find it here. We talked about so much shit. Do I got it? Did I bring it up already? There it go. Y'all see that? This is the bird that they're trying to. Go ahead, Ma. I'll let you take it.
Yeah, that peregrine. That's not the bird that they're talking about. And that bird, first of all, it's a fucking bird. Like big God knowledge said, it's a bird. It can fly. You not understand that? It can fly. It moves around depending on the climate. When the seasons shift, it moves around. But these people were talking about this bird specifically. They were not talking about the bird that they're drawing in a picture and you see it in museums and you see it in books that are over here in America. They're talking about their bird that they saw in their land. That's it. There's nothing that ties this bird to America where it was caged in, even though it could have flown over here. We ain't got to completely remove it from anywhere on the earth. But these people are talking about a bird that they saw in their land. And if you look at it and follow the migration patterns or where it travels at during different seasons. Huh?
That's what the green is, the migration pattern.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, you got it. I just can't see it that good. So yeah, if you follow that, then you'll see that this bird, these are people drawing a description of the bird that they're seeing in their land. They're not saying that they are in America. Yeah, there you go. That's better. They're not saying that they're seeing that bird in America, even though that bird can pop up in America. That's not what they're saying. And for the camel, the camel that they try to use, the camel is native to America. You know where that comes from? They're
Where?
talking about before they crossed the strait. Before they crossed the strait, there was this ancient animal that is related to the camel. The
So it's
camel,
not a.
no, it's not even a camel. They call it like a camelo or some shit, a camelo or something like that. It's not even a camel. They just know it's related to fossils that are found here like millions of years ago. So the camel has relations to something that's native to this area, but the actual camel that they're using over there, they got it from the Persians that came into that land, and then they had a few of them, but when they really got popular in Egypt is when foreigners took over that land and started bringing the types of animals that they use into that land. So that's why you don't see them depicted that much. But there's a difference between and this is why you got to have people. If you look at any historian's book who would speak about camels or speak about birds or alligators or crocodiles or any of the animals that we could find in South America, and we can also find them in Africa, they have to go to a person who's dealing with animals. You go to a zoologist, you go to biologists or I mean marine biologists if you're dealing with water. You deal with them because they have the credentials to speak on the topic, and then they have to reference those people. You can't just come up with some shit off the top of your head. You can't start and go, I'm gonna do a geographical breakdown of what place in the world was in what place. This nation was actually over here. And then you go to animals. Whoa, hold up. You didn't even give us any people who have the credentials that speak on geography, anthropology, nationhood, and the locations of people on the earth. You didn't give us that.
Nope.
And then you're also going to start talking about animals. Who has the credentials to be talking about animals? You're not referencing anybody. You're just running through this shit freestyling. So when I dig into it, I only dug into it.
Me?
I dug into it from the time you told me, which was probably like an hour, and I already found where they got this shit from. I already found where
Yeah,
they
but
got
I
it from.
told you, it's like research.
It's
Look,
easy.
this is the God honest truth, y'all. Because when me and Mo look for shit, we look for shit, right? This is a light search. Less than 2.5 hours of research. And this man was at the museum. He saw all the shit that I just told y'all about, because it's there. This museum, the Penn Museum, where he was at in Philadelphia, it's famous for the Sphinx. So as soon as you walk in, that's exactly what they're gonna tell you. You're gonna see on the walls, just like if you guys go to St. Louis and you look at the Ark. When you walk in there, they're going to show you how they were building it, who was building it, who was the people that was funding it. That's the same thing when you walk into this museum. You're going to see pictures all over the place of the people that was funding the expedition, the people who found it, the people who was involved in moving it over here, the people that put the money up to get it over here, the people that they start naming wings after. Because in order for you to get a wing donated in your name, you have to put up the money. He would have saw all of this shit.
Put that bread up.
And he ignored it. He saw it, didn't want to come tell y'all, so he lied. That's what happened. If y'all think I'm lying, why do you think none of them was over here? Other people that believe the same stuff that he believes, they were in the live. They were just in the chat. They didn't say nothing. I saw the names pop up and then they start leaving.
Ducked off.
He ain't over here.
Ain't no distractions either. You can come up here and get it straight to your face. Ain't no distractions.
I called him
No.
out before for a whole week and a half. He didn't show up till Sunday, 9:45. Everybody knows I go to sleep around 10 because I got to get up
How
at
many
5 Sunday.
how many people heard of a crocodile, a saltwater crocodile in Memphis, Tennessee? How many, how
That's
many
fresh water.
how many people seen that?
That's fresh water.
They got saltwater crocodiles in Memphis. because that's what's depicted in Kemet. Those are saltwater crocodiles, not Florida crocodiles or Mexican crocodiles. Those are smaller, different. The jaw,
Yep.
what do you call it? The bite force is completely different. That's a different version of a crocodile, but that's all the way down in Florida in the marsh area. That's all the way in Mexico and
Crocodiles
South
and
America.
alligators.
Yep, and that's the only thing you're gonna find in Memphis. You ain't gonna find a crocodile in Memphis. You're gonna find an alligator. Matter of fact, in Florida, I used to live there. It's you don't see crocodiles unless you go all the way in like the marsh area where you ain't supposed to be at, where you can't even get no help. You go back there, you better have a whole team with you with all types of guns and everything because there's a lot of wild shit going on over there. But when you get into the populated areas where civilization is in Florida, you're gonna find alligators in your backyard, in your pool. They just wandering around in ponds, going across the street. Those are alligators, and those are small compared to the saltwater crocodile that the Kemetic people are describing in their pictures and in their text.
Yeah, bro.
Completely different.
I want to say this to Jermaine real quick.
Good.
When he pulls that picture up, and when you look at one of the pictures, it says Memphis, Tennessee at the bottom of the picture. He cuts off shit. It doesn't just say Memphis, Tennessee. It says found in Memphis, Egypt. He just put Memphis, Tennessee there. He's not showing you the other part. Because he's going to the website to try to fit his narrative, but the website that he goes to is telling you it's from Memphis, Egypt, not Memphis, Tennessee. And he gets Google. He knows this, but he's in too deep. He can't come out like, you know what, I lied. I'm sorry, y'all. I made a mistake. Because you go to his first video where he showed the statue, it's not even the same statue that he had in the background when he was pumping his fist like Michael Jordan. That's not the same statue. It's the statue that I showed laying on the side that Sir William Matthew Flinders Petrie found, and the people that was backing him, and then the female that was on his expedition. So now he changes the narrative again. Whenever you catch this man in some shit that we know is not real, he has to switch the narrative. This man, I'm not bullshitting y'all. He said he doesn't read books. If you don't read books, where the fuck you getting all this information from? It don't make no sense.
We do not need black men talking like that these days. I don't read
He
books.
said it on his live. Tell him to download the live off TikTok and post it up. He said it. He said it around 8.
Would say some shit
he
like
said
that.
it around 7 o'clock going on 8. Because I was going to play my lottery tickets. He said, I don't read books. He does his own research, but he don't read books. You gotta be come on. Every time we get up here, we give y'all sources. He doesn't give you the source. He talking about don't nobody ever pull up and challenge me on my Egypt shit. I'm not finna come to your live and challenge you on your Egypt shit, because when you get in your feelings, you block people. Come to my live. I tell y'all, I'll leave the light on for you. He don't never pop up. He doesn't ever pop up to deal with the accusations. His accusations is this: the animals are from America. And then he said the dumbest shit I ever heard somebody that deals with Egypt says. He said the Egyptians weren't farming their own food. He said that comes later, in the later, like 1600s or some shit. Like Kemet wasn't around during BC times. They got them on the wall during Seti's time. With wheat, with all types of stuff. You can see them tilling the land. They in the marshes where the water is up to their knees, picking shit. Mm-hmm. What the fuck you talking about, bro? They didn't have their own food. Where the fuck would you feed all these people in Upper and Lower Kemet at if they not harvesting their own food? How are they not harvesting their own food? He said that they harvest their food late in the game. You talking about the Kemetic.
Check this out. You know how they talk about the dog, the Egyptian dog? That is actually a jackal. We got some more updated information. The Egyptian jackal, which may have been inspiration for the Egyptian god Anubis, is actually not a jackal at all, but a member
Yep.
of the wolf family.
Yep.
New genetic research in the open access journal PLOS1 finds the Egyptian jackal is Africa's oldest member of the gray wolf family. The new wolf, dubbed by researchers as the African wolf, is most closely related to the Himalayan wolf. We could hardly, and this is a quote, we could hardly believe our own eyes when we found the wolf DNA that did not match anything in GenBank. GenBank is a open access nucleotide database. So it's open. You can get access to it. Somebody in your family got to have a student sign in. They got to be some professors in somebody's family. You can get access to this shit. And if not, you probably just got to buy it or get a subscription and pay for it every month. This knowledge is for everybody. But he said, we can hardly believe our eyes when we found that the DNA did not match anything in the GenBank. Lead author, Dr. Eli Runis, said in the press release. GenBank is the open access nucleotide database. The genetic data also points to an early origin for the Egyptian jackal / African wolf. See, they have to keep saying jackal because that's what was previously believed, but they have to put / African wolf.
Now I'm gonna make this clear: the Egyptians, the Kemetic people, did not call the jackal the jackal.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So this is we dealing with. There's actually a black wolf, and if you know anything about animals, right? When you see a bunch of bears and then you see a black bear, you know, you may see a grizzly, you'll think like, oh, grizzlies are just brown, and then you see a black one, you're like, what the fuck? Y'all seen the big, you know, spilling out of those videos when people seen a black lion? Whenever those things stick out. Plus, not only does it stick out when something is gray or brown, and then you see, you know, a black one, you see one or two black ones, it's like that's going to stand out. It's like, oh shoot, this is a fucking black wolf, you know, and it appears to be dominant. You know, it's like this mesmerizing situation because you're used to seeing something else. So we have that for the shock value. Then you also have the story that's behind it. There's always a story behind it. It was talking about the soil. They say they depicted it as black because it represented the black soil symbolism for rebirth and regeneration. When you have good soil, you have a good production. So that's what it symbolized. That's what that was for. And then you also have the regeneration with Anubis and the scales and the underworld and all of that shit. So it all ties in. There's an understanding behind it that you're not going to get if you place that in another place of the world. You cannot do that. That wouldn't even work with the Bible timeline. Now we got a whole different timeline we dealing with. If we're talking about people coming from one level and going down to the level that we're at right now, understanding what we know about animals and mythology and how that was tied into the sciences that people would teach, people in America didn't even use that. They don't care about that no more. By the time they get over here, they trying to shut down all mythology or all types of education systems that teach using nature as a symbolism of something that could be understood on a higher level of learning. They don't want to use animals. They're just like, okay, these are animals over here, and this is us humans. They don't tie nature into the human psychology. That's ancient people shit. That stuff ancient people did. So if that was going on in America, why is that not part of the education system? By the time they got here, they're already influenced by Romans and Greeks who are doing remixes of ancient knowledge. They don't teach science that way no more. They're coming up with their own philosophies. Hence to Aristotle, Herodotus, Manetho, all of those people who came as the invaders and took over the land and did their own, you know, renditions of knowledge that came before them. And they admit to it. The only difference is they took over that land because you had other people who had different motives. You may have had historians who were trying to, you know, go learn this knowledge. But then after a while, you got people who want to take over completely and say, no, this is our shit. They not trying to learn. I'm trying to dominate. You be a historian. You be a linguist. You be an anthropologist and a biologist. I want to be the ruler of this land by any means. I don't care if I built it or not. As long as people think I built it, I'm good with that. And I can rest easy. So learning how things transpire, learning how things transition over time is important. That's why we use methodology, comparative research. You can, even if you gotta, like he said earlier, take a picture and put it up against another picture. You're
Yep.
gonna see people's lives. You're gonna see things that don't make any damn sense. It's gonna raise red flags. But you gotta be willing to do that research. If you just sit there and play a video and get that feeling from it, I ain't gonna lie, like that shit when he first got on there, he was like, I did it. I got it. Like I was feeling it too. I was feeling him. That's my brother. That's still my brother. I'm like, okay, all right. But then hold on. I gotta snap back to reality. He coming with some bullshit. You know, I feel the vibes. But nigga, you ain't said a goddamn thing. You got people out here lost. And this is something bad to do when we in a position we just got to the understanding that these people are African. We just figured out that these people are tied to Africa, and you already about to help the people who wanted to deceive us switch the whole fucking location of it. You're about to erase your history. If you move something from one location to another one, you're going to erase the history that came with it because you're saying that never took place. So everything that happened from Egypt all the way to America, you're going to erase it and reset the shit for these people. You making their job easy. We ain't doing that. I don't mind you saying you from America, be from America. But you're not about to erase my history because I'm not from America. And I wouldn't try to erase your history if you believe you from here. I'm not gonna take nothing from you and try to
I don't,
erase your shit.
that's not my argument with him. My argument, and I keep telling them keep Egypt where it's at. So I'm trying to push that shit over here. They won't. They won't stop. No, no. If he want it, he can come in. He can say whatever. If he want to bring in some of his own people, then
Now,
they got.
and check this out. In good news, the researchers discovered that the African wolf, previously thought to be the Egyptian jackal, is actually present in the Ethiopian highlands, expanding in its own known range considerably. This study shows that the strength of the modern genetic techniques, old puzzles can be solved. Niels Stenseth, chair of the Center of Ecological and Evolutionary Synthesis, CEES, and an author of the paper says, oh yeah, that's what he said. So they're saying that that's the quote that came before that where it says that this study shows the strength of the modern genetic techniques.
Hold on, what you
Old
say?
puzzles can be solved. Oh, you can't hear me?
Yeah, bro. We dealt with that earlier, Jay. Jay, what is the name of that female archaeologist? I showed her on the Bigo app. Her last name was like Goss or something. I can't find it. I'm looking for that shit now.
And the citations for this, you can look at E.K. Runis. You could look at M.G. Ansmer, Solero, Zubrki, C. McDonald, D.W. You can look at Beckel A. et al. 2011, the Cryptic African Wolf. Also, you can look at PLOS1. Just type in PLOS1. And that database is the GenBank Open Access Nucleotide Database. And this is about the Egyptian jackal that was previously thought to be a dog, which they thought was a jackal, and now they found out it's a fucking wolf. And you can still find that same black wolf in the highlands of Ethiopia. It's not a mystery. And they're comparing it to that damn Zodog, the Chupacabra, the bald, the bald dog that people got, this mythical creature that they be talking about. I don't know why they comparing those two. This is not the same animal. Not even close.
Yeah. They are on liquor ship.
believership,
Yeah.
faithship, hopeship, bullshit and ease. That's what they be speaking. Fucking bullshit and ease.
Yeah, I can't find it. I was looking for this shit.
They speak what ifish. What ifish. I don't mind brainstorming with you. Hey man, what if the fucking Sphinx was in America? Yo, that'd be crazy. Like we could, all right, cool, you know. Ain't no problem with that, but you up here talking about something. These are facts. You taking value from my fucking name. Like you damn, make your own personality. These are facts. No, this is a fact. And ain't produced one piece of
One
data
at all.
that was that what method was used to determine that that was there. If you're saying that Sir Flinders Petrie and everybody behind him, the people in the Suez Canal kept it stored there for like 6 to 8 months, the place where they found it, people had to dig it up and get beams and shit around it and slide weights over here to this side and strings to pull it and lift it up and put it on a platform and take it over. Come on, you got people riding the boat. Like that's a lot of stuff going on. There's paper trails. There's licenses you need. You got to have certain things to do this type of shit, and you can trace it all the way back. Why would you not produce anything that gives a staggering blow to the information that was presented before? You have to hit it. If something extraordinary is being claimed, that this great build, this great structure was found over here, and we brought it over here. Well, then when you say that it wasn't, you don't just say it's in a museum over here. They already said it's in a fucking museum over here.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not proving nothing. It's supposed to be in a museum. All you doing is proving that they did what they said they did, that they brought it to the museum in Philadelphia. You didn't prove shit. Show us that they didn't bring it to the museum. Your information should reflect that it was already here. So you should be showing us where it was found, who found it, the location, and that they just moved it a couple of states up to Philadelphia. That's it. Instead, they just freestyle, and if you notice, that's why they don't come up here. If they get caught in this corner, they can't humble out and go, all right, you right. You could still think that Egypt is in America, but you ain't going to be able to use this. Find something else. Find something else. This ain't going to work.
Hey, he can use it if he's wrong. He's going to be wrong as fuck.
They ain't got the answers.
And I'm just keeping it real. Like, the people that follow him, they ain't come up. They ain't put a request in. But they're going to go back over there and they're going to believe all the shit that he's saying. So, we've been up here since, what, 11, 12? Mm-hmm. Not one of them pulled up. Someone pull up.
They ain't using shit. I haven't seen anything that'll make me think yet. I don't know what they using. I don't know. Everything they showing us ties back to Africa. So I don't know. They just want us to believe what they said. If you ask me like flat out off the top of my head, they using their mouth. They using their mouth to prove that Egypt is in America. Because I don't see shit else.
Nothing. Something to bring. Yeah, Jay, I was talking about it's a female archaeologist. It was a video I was showing to Smash Rockwell, and it's a video he said I could use his research. And he was talking about some Egyptian archaeologists, and me and Jay saw, but he looked up a pharaoh. This is what they call a pharaoh. He uses the term black. He says he is the black Nisut. So he's letting people know I'm the black Nisu. I'm the nigga running shit. That's way before 1600s. I just keep forgetting the chick's name. He went to the wedding. When I say Smash Rockwell is one of the best dudes when it comes to breaking down the meta because he's walking you through it. So even if people want to get past the stuff that I'm saying, you got to get past him. And when he get wind of what y'all trying to do, it's a wrap. Y'all better hope he do it before Seti do it, because if Seti do it, he's just gonna crush everybody's hopes and dreams. Because Seti's like a bigger bully than me, with a large platform. So if I was you guys that are saying Egypt is in America, I would go ahead and just not even say it.
Where is it located?
In Memphis, Tennessee.
Egypt, like Giza and all of that?
It's
Cairo?
located in a place that was created in 1819. Egypt predates that. Because before 1818, it was ruled by the Choctaw Nation. And it wasn't called Egypt. So now he got to come with a better argument.
Overton, Winchester, and Andrew Jackson. That's who named it.
And if we saying Egypt is in America and they moved everything over there, when did they move it? What's the date that they start moving the stuff over there? Because now you're talking about bath salt slab stone, alabaster stone that weigh over 1 ton. The world's strongest crane couldn't pick up a bath salt slab that weighed 1 ton. It broke. It broke. The Chinese went over there and was like, yeah, we're going to rebuild the pyramids over here because we got ancient technology and we can do it better than them. Picked it up and was struggling. It was, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can't, broke. And the Egyptian government was like, hey, you know what, man? It's a wrap. Y'all tried, y'all failed, y'all didn't conquer, it's time for y'all to go home. Give me back your permits. Give me the permit. Y'all done. You're done. You're done. Hey, come here, little homie. You done, man. Just go ahead, go in the house. Go play with the G.I. Joe toys. You're done. I'm gonna say this because I've said it before. You gotta give me the language, and now after you give me the language, you gotta give me the languages that come from that language. So now, since you gotta give me the language that comes out of that language, where's your hieroglyphs at? You gotta bring me your king's list. You gotta bring me the name of the cities. Because you saying Egypt was over here in America, so now we got to take the word Egypt out. You got to show me Kemet here in America. Show me that. You got to show me the artifacts that's over here in America. Not the artifacts they're finding from people that are smuggling in America after Egyptomania.
Let's get some bodies. Let's see some pottery.
Give me a clay cookie. I take a couple of clay cookies. Give me an Egyptian. And you know what? Let me stop saying mummy, because they're not called mummies. They're called Saud. He would know that if he studied it, but like I say, he's not an Egyptomaniac.
They getting hemmed up the same way
No, it's
the
not.
European
It's not
got
called
hemmed up.
Saud. I think it's called the Sa. I think it's called the Sa. It's either a Sa or Saud. It's one of the two. Y'all go find somebody that can break down Metal Netter and ask them if that's what it is. It's one of the two. Because mummy means like glue. I think that's what it mummy references like a glue. So it wasn't. They didn't call them. The Egyptians weren't calling the people that they're doing the burial stuff. They didn't call them mummies. They called them like a Sa or a Saud. But still, you got to show me that. Now take this into consideration. You got to show me where other people was interacting with you. Because we got other people interacting with the Egyptians over there in Africa. You got the Greeks, you got the Persians, you got the Libyans, you got Romans.
When you change that, the Assyrian battles, you have to put them over here. Because an Egyptian cannot be fighting an Assyrian.
Chinese.
Babylonians, you can't be fighting the Babylonians over here and fighting them over there. It can only be one landmass. The bodies have to be found over here. So it's not about breaking down the pyramid and putting it over there in Egypt. You also had to move the bodies from over here to over there. You got to take Nubia, and you have to. Where is that in America? Everything, all the people they interacted with, from the animals, the plants, the everything they interacted with, has to be brought over here to America. You can't just put Egypt in America. You have to put Egypt's story in America. That comes with the Greeks. If you grab something that has a lot of strings tied to it, you're pulling all of that with it. So if Egypt comes over here, the Greeks come over here. Yep, Assyria, Israel, Babylon, all of that comes over here.
Let me change the format so
Rome, the whole Mediterranean comes over here. The Levant comes over here. What is he pointing to? It's crazy.
He's just pointing to Egypt. Egypt is South America. The Egyptian Sea is South America. Egypt is basically Texas, and what else is right by Texas? What's to the right? What's to the right of Texas?
The right of Texas is probably like, what is that? Louisiana? No, that's up a little bit. It's probably is that Alabama over there?
I'm about to see. My phone mode. It's Louisiana.
It is. So it's the blue.
Louisiana, Arkansas. So that's what that is. That's what he's showing us. Now remember, this is basically like the ancient map. So this is right before the Louisiana Purchase. Right. Look at where Israel is basically by California going into Wyoming, Portland, Oregon, I mean. I want to say they got Lebanon over there. I'm guessing that's Palestine. And then Syria's basically going up into Canada. What is that, Michigan? And then with Babylon, what's that over there by fucking Chicago?
Utah is supposed to be Moab and Judah.
Okay, that's Wisconsin. Excuse me. Assyria's by Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan is where Babylon is, on the other side.
And so Babylon over there would be with Judah, right?
Illinois, Indiana, and Michigan. And Exum would be Maine, New York, going into Canada. This is the map that they're using. You got to be fucking kidding me. It's like they just created this map and people is running with it. Like I said, y'all go get the 6. We can do 6 on 6. And we can't use my YouTube because I ain't got 1,000 followers. So we all can go on somebody's YouTube and we gonna use source for source, book for book. You can't just come into the debate like I'm the source. No, because now you're robbing the people. The people want to see the debate. When you come to the debate, you're going to have people that are going to be judging the debate. So you got to give them your information So they can be like, oh, well, he's bringing this, he's bringing this. So what you bringing? I'm bringing me. I am the source. No, you can't do that shit. The Dr. York said he was the source. Dr. York got books under his belt. He got studies under his belt. He can grab his
Nah,
books
he
and
don't
he
got
can
no receipts.
freestyle some shit, and then somebody bring out the book that he's freestyling. Y'all just saying shit. Y'all ain't got no source. You ain't got no website. You ain't got no article. You ain't got to have a website. You ain't got to have a book. You ain't got an article from a newspaper. Are you
Nothing.
serious? Y'all
A
keep
quote.
standing on Kincaid. That's it. That's all y'all stand on is Kincaid.
And Kincaid wasn't standing on shit. He was standing on nothing. What y'all quoting people that don't have no sources. That's how
None.
we found out. That's how we found out that Josephus and Pliny the Younger and Tacitus were full of shit. Because historians before them and after them always did what? They referred back to historians that came before them. So, by the, what do you call it? The beauty of time or the gift of time, even though some people want to live forever. But there's a plus side if you look at the cup right, half full, half empty. Because your lifespan is limited, but history is extensive and spreads out way beyond your life expectancy. You can only refer back to what someone told you. There's no way you telling me that you came in your short life, whether it be 40 or 80 years, that you just discovered all this information and put it together in a perfect timeline that goes back thousands of years. That's how people get caught in lies. It sounds good when they talking. They fist bump and I figured it out. And then people like us come back and look at shit later and see that it doesn't make any sense. You didn't refer back to anybody, Tacitus. Who's your source? Josephus, what is your source? You're just sitting here talking. You're a good writer, hands down. I give it to you. But who are you quoting? Because you're writing as a historian and you're not quoting any historians that came before you. So where are you getting your information from if you're talking about hundreds of years of history and sometimes thousands? So then you have these same people who are walking around on TikTok and Instagram and YouTube, and they're not quoting anyone that came before them. You have to quote someone who came before you because the information did not all come to you. You had to get it from someone. And this is how they make a mistake. Their terminologies give them away. If you keep saying Egypt, then I can refer back to people who brought up Egypt. And that's not going to be the people who are the natives of that land. So you gave that away by continuously saying Egypt, 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 Pharaoh, 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 Memphis, Memphis, Isis, Osiris. You're talking about invaders. That means you're far away from the actual history of the people who are native to the land. You're talking about invaders.
Yep. Foreigner. Should we give them the key? Should we give them the jewel to Pharaoh? Or should we just keep that?
You can, yeah, why not? Shit. They ain't pulling up. We in class right now. We might as well just keep the class
When
going.
you look, and I got people who study Egypt in here right now. If I'm lying, they'll tell you. There is no such thing as a pharaoh. A pharaoh is not a person. A pharaoh just means house or great house, depending on how you transliterate stuff, right? You have to go look at the name of the people that were calling the rulers of the land. And this entire time, when people come up here and they talk to me, they disrespect, they say stuff, they can even make videos. They always say Pharaoh. But if you look at my profile name, that's going to tell you what a ruler in Egypt was. It's been sitting in their face this whole time. If you guys think I'm lying, ask Big God Knowledge, ask Hekapata, ask Ptah Amun-Ra. Ask them. They'll tell you this.
And not only is it a misnomer, we're not going to just give all the credit to someone who misunderstood something or maybe wanted to cause confusion and sabotage the history, right? We can also give credence to how witty the ancient Kemetic people were. They didn't want you, they would love for you to think that the general is the one that's ruling. Because when you knock his block off, if you do, which is going to be hard, you knock his block off, You might think that you took over. We good. And you might march into town and get your head knocked off again. You thought you won the battle. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what you thought happened. So these people, we can't just give them credit for misunderstanding something and fucking up the whole course of history and creating a different terminology that would cause confusion today. You also have to consider that they wanted people to know that, they wanted people to think that they found the ruler. They wanted them to think that they knew what they were talking about when you spoke to them. But even the Greeks say when they were studying under them, they would teach them things. They would call them their children. What do they call them? Salam. What do they say? Salam, salam. You will always be the children of the Kemites. You will always be our children. You will always be under us. So now they tell them that, and then they go talk to each other and speak in another language. They spoke a language that was unknown to us. When the priests were speaking to each other and the elites were speaking to each other, the Greeks who were learning under them were getting taught under another language. Think about that. Think about how intelligent that is. I'm going to speak to you because you're a foreigner. You're a Greek. You're coming into this area to learn your history, not just mine. You're coming to me to learn your own history.
Kim or Ren and Kim was like the language of the people. I think Spiyaspi, Ren and Kim was the language of the priest.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you had like, what's it called, Pig Latin. So basically the people, the high up, the priest, the people of the priestly tradition that was actually in the school of the learning, the traditions, they were taught a version of basically we're gonna call Pig Latin.
Right. Mm-hmm. And they knew to do that. Because even though they knew they couldn't trust them. Because what happened right before they fell down completely, and they went back, regrouped, and tried to reunite with their cousins. Hey, yo, man, the Persians, they're getting us. Babylonians hit us up. But what happened? The treaty between the Greeks and the ancient Kemetic people was breached. They saw it as an opportunity. They were cool with them. They're learning under them. They don't have no beef. They squashed it already. But once they seen that opportunity, they like, oh shit, the Babylonians pulling up, Assyrians, Persians. They can't even pull it off. But I guarantee you, if we fly in that motherfucker, and this will be the punishing blow. This is the death blow. And they took that opportunity and they betrayed them. So when they came back with their cousins, they didn't just meet up with Assyrians and Persians and the other foreigners that was invading the land. They had to deal with Greeks. They let them fight and wear themselves out. And then the Greeks came in and betrayed them. So of course, by the time you end up in America and relics and things come over here, it's going to look Greek. Those are the fucking ones who backstabbed them. They're the ones who were so greedy, they had the motive to want to take over that and bring knowledge to the world and say, this is Egypt, after their god Egyptos. Of course, the whole world is going to be like, Egypt is over here. They don't care where you place Egypt at, as long as you know that it comes back to the Greeks. You won't know it was an African. So their job is done either way, and we have to stop helping them get away with the deception and mass murder. Raping and pillaging. We're letting them get away with it. They never built it anyway, so they don't care where the fuck you located at. As long as the name keeps coming back to our our Greek god, it don't matter.
Yep. Now, I will say this. The Greeks saw that the Egyptians was losing their strangle on stuff because they fell out with the Nubians.
Mm-hmm.
Nubians were the Magi. They were basically the defenders of Kemet. They were warriors. Magi is where you get ninjas from.
That ancient Sakari.
The word ninja comes from Magi.
The original Sakari.
Ask somebody that reads Medunetter. They'll tell you this. They fell out with the Nubians, the Magi. The Magi were warriors. They said that they were so good at shooting bows that they could hit you from 1,000 yards away in your eye. They weren't playing. They were basically like, you know how you watch Assassin's Creed and people run up and they hide in bushes and they just give you that business. That's what the Magi were doing. The Greeks were scared to fight the Magi. If you guys don't believe me, go look it up. They didn't want to fight them. They were scared. Matter of fact, the Egyptians didn't even want to fight the Magi.
Yeah, they parted ways. They had their beef, but there was no smoke. Like,
This
all
is
right,
the beef.
you
The
got it.
beef was that the Nubians knew, some of the Nubians knew that their rulers were fucking up. And Narmer came to reunify the land. This isn't the
Mm-hmm.
first time or the last time it happened. There's people getting a position of power and they abused the authority. So you had some people that wanted to help reunite the land and some people that didn't want to help reunify the land. And you guys can look on the clips on the walls and see this battle. And what happened was the people that didn't fall in line, when they lost the battle, Narmer has his what is the name of that? His war mace. He got his war mace and he's severing heads.
What does it take to break a chain?
Shit, I
A
don't know.
chain, a necklace. What does it take to break the chain? Do all of the links need to be broken?
No.
No. To break a chain, you just need what? One what?
One link.
One link. And that's the type of knowledge they followed. That's why they didn't like when someone was corrupted. A weak link. There you go. A weak link breaks the chain. And when you put that in dynasty form with people ruling over the course of time, and that weak link
Okay.
is broken, then you fucked up the whole chain. Now you got people, the Hyksos, the Greeks, they're all coming in, causing problems and infusing themselves into the chain. And guess what? It's still a weak link. So now that we're talking about it today, we can't make a whole circular motion of this knowledge because we got weak links
Yep.
that are causing confusion. And every time they pointed it out, what happened? They ran back. They got their negatives too. The Kemetic people ran back. Hey, cuz, help us out. Told you. See what happened? The Hyksos, man, they're in our land and they're acting like they're ruling. All right, bro, come on, man. Y'all need to stop doing this bullshit. And they go help them out. And they kept
Yep.
doing it and doing it and doing it. And then they was like, we can't, fuck it. We fucked. They got us this time. We got to run. That's where they ended up in other parts of Africa and dipped the fuck out. Because they lost. We got to take the L on this one. You got
Gotta
too
check
many
it on
people
the
that
chin.
infiltrated.
See, that's what's wrong with a lot of the community. They can't take it on the chin. They gotta be right. I tell y'all, I get up here, I give y'all information, challenge the information. And if you find flaws in it, come back up and be like, hey, you know what, Susan? You was right about this, but this you was wrong about. I correct the shit out of me. But I'm not going to say everything that I say comes out of my mouth is facts. You got to believe me. I'm not doing that shit. I gave y'all where y'all can go find the information. And when y'all go look into the information, it's going to take you into more information. Like, you know what? You said this, but you left this out. You should have said all this. I'm like, oh, well, the next time I come on TikTok, I'll do that. But I don't have a big following of people that believe in fairy tales. He does. Every word that come out of his mouth, they love. Because it's something to make you feel good.
Bro, I wanted
Egypt
to
is
even
one of the
troll with it.
greatest societies over there in Africa. It's not the greatest, but it's one of the greatest. So if you say it was originated over here, and you claim to be from over here, yes, that's something that people are gonna be proud of. And I tell look, I'm not disrespecting black people who are indigenous. All I'm saying is stop trying to place Egypt in America. If you want to continue to place Egypt in America, bring your sources to the table. Come challenge me on it. Then after you take it on the chin and I send you in the corner and time out, don't bitch about it.
Because if we take it on the chin, I'm trying to get my shit repaired. I want to get right. I'm not going to sit there and bluff like I ain't get my chin checked. I might need to get my shit wired up. I ain't about to sit here and keep on fighting you and my shit need wiring.
Right?
Don't do that. Because you're going to dig a hole deeper than you can lay in. You're gonna dig a rabbit hole. You could have just laid in a grave, resurrected. You go in that rabbit hole. You keep on digging. You're gonna get lost. I can't even bring you back. You up there with 5,000 likes, 600 shares and shit.
I
Like
can't
now,
even
what
get
you gonna do?
30. Can't even
What
get
you?
30 like on one of my TikTok videos.
Because you telling the truth. The only thing you get for the truth is you know what come with the truth. You know what we sign up for.
Being poor comes with truth. I'm gonna be real honest. A
You
lot of
know
a
what you
lot of these
signed up for.
black scholars that gave y'all truth, they died broke. They died broke.
It's not popular.
Now you see all these places right here that are Mesopotamia, Babylonia, Anatolia. Y'all see this? You have to move all of this over into America also, because these are the people that the so-called people of the book, and some of them were even fighting the Egyptians.
Then on top of that, after you move that to another geographical location, where do you move the history that's in the area that you placed that? You have to move that now. Where does American history go?
Right?
Where do you
I
place
didn't
it?
think about
There's
that
no.
too.
You see what I'm saying? Like you can't just sit it on top of it. That's a table. You can't sit a cup on top of the table and say the table don't exist.
So if we doing that map that dude was talking about, because he's placing all of those places in America, right? So he got Babylon, he got I don't think he got Mesopotamia on there. We gonna check though. I could be lying. Let me move it so I can see. I can't see that shit like that. Yeah, he got Babylon right there. It's East Coast. I don't see how they about to do this. Because now what you saying is we gotta find archaeological evidence of all these places. Because the last time I checked, Babylon and Israel are right fucking by each other. How are we doing that? I don't see how it's getting done. Now I'm pulling up, and then you got Assyria. Assyria, dude, like I don't see it. He's placing Assyria by. Let me go get it. By Wisconsin, Idaho, and Illinois. No, I'm not going to say Illinois, because Illinois is going to be Mesopotamia, Babylon. So you're going up by Wisconsin and Minnesota, and the top part of Michigan, which is purple. Michigan and Illinois would be Babylon / Mesopotamia. How are you doing that? Yeah, she's not that old. I'm gonna have to find that video. I'm gonna have to find that video and go back to the video. I think her last name is like Goss or something. I think it's like Gazelle Goss or something.
This shit's spiraling out of control. You don't have to
That's
do
what I'm
all of
saying,
these
bro. They
lies
gotta
to
they
be
gotta
great.
bring they gotta
You-
bring leader for leader, bro. They gotta bring ruler of the nations. They got to bring a chronology list of their kings. They got to bring tablets. They got to bring cookies. They got to bring language out of language out of language. We got you got language. You got Heretic, Demonic, Coptic, and then there's another fucking language over there that I didn't even fucking know about. So now that you got four fucking languages over there. No, five. You got five. You got no. You got it's for heretic, demonic, Coptic, and then the other language that I
And
forgot.
then
I
you
forgot.
have the classical, the modern. You got they that goes into sections because there's different time periods of the language, and when you add certain terminologies and certain rules to the language, then it switches. So you dealing with just like we would deal with Old English. We'll deal with a classical Latin or a classical Greek or the Koine Greek. You know, it's different forms of the language throughout time.
Y'all would have to show us Geese over here, because Geese is over there with the Phoenician. I don't. I think that the Geese is part of the Phoenician language, because that's what they make Phoenician in Geese. They use for the phonetic language and the Geese language, and they create Greek. Because the Geese alphabet and the Greek alphabet is damn near similar. And
Sometimes
then,
they add symbols, sometimes they rotate them, and sometimes they take them out. But if you
so
look
now
at
we
it,
got,
if you get with a linguist, study linguistics.
yep,
I hope you can dedicate a lot of time to it. It's going to be hard. It's a complicated thing to study. But once you do it, you're going to understand how things transition over time.
good luck finding ones. And it ain't,
And then
it's
you
not
can't
that
be
many
fooled.
linguists out in the world.
No, that's rare. That's a rare ability to understand that many languages, and let alone go into the writing system and understand how it evolved over time. That's a whole nother skill because people can speak multiple languages. You got actors that can speak multiple languages. You'll see an actor in a movie speaking a language, and then see him on the red carpet speaking with an accent like his native tongue is something different. And you're like, damn, I thought you was Spanish. Damn, I thought you was Korean. I thought, what is that? The dude can speak 13 languages, but he don't know the methodology on dealing with how languages evolved over time, because that's a different type of study, and you have to dedicate most of your life to it and then pass it down to the students under you properly. And out of multiple classes, they only find you could have like 10 classes of people that you teach, and only a few of them, a handful of people, come out being able to take the torch to the next generation. So we're not even respecting the amount of work that gets put in to get this shit done so that we can get up here and speak about these things. We got people just up here like, yo, play the beat. I'm about to fucking freestyle. You ain't got a notepad or nothing. What's the concept? You ain't got a concept of the song, a catchy phrase, a catchy hook or nothing. You just up here just talking shit. And it do sound good because you feeling yourself. He ran out of lotion. I found it.
He said he bought a paper on underground history of languages 25 years ago. So where did you come? What's the conclusion of that? Are you trying to say Geese is the oldest language? Because I'm telling you now, you gotta look up proto writing,
Hey, share it with us. I'll run through it.
right? You gotta look up proto writing in sub-Saharan Africa. That's way older than Geese. It's way older than the Egyptian writing language. Writing language.
He said, I don't know shit. He said, he said, no, I don't want, no, ain't no issue. I'm just saying we'll look at it. Hey, look, and look, this is what people don't know.
Bro, a man said he don't read books. Go ahead, Mo.
Me and Suiton had to deal with what is that like? I don't know how long you was dealing with that shit, but I know I had to deal with it for like the last 6 years with people saying that Sumer was the Fertile Crescent, and that's where everybody got their language from and the idea for building
I've been
structures
dealing
and
with
all of
that
that.
since
But we,
2014.
yeah, so you was dealing with that before me. So look how long we had to deal with that shit. And it didn't come out until earlier this year. Officially. We seen it because we do comparative studies. We saw it. That don't make sense. Why the fuck they keep saying Sumer? The one who keeps saying Sumer and everybody running with it, he's popular.
Mm-hmm.
He has the gift of gab. He does lectures. He's traveling around the world. He got people in his pocket. He in a pocket. So that's why that shit is popular. But when we look at it and use methodology, that makes no sense at all, because the same people who are saying Sumer is at the top also admit that Nubia has the source, has the mother languages, the mother alphabets, the mother symbols, the mother of the architectures. They're the source. So how did you if you can't connect that back, how do you jump over Kemet and then land in Nubia and you didn't even connect the dots? You're not making sense. But the Bantu people who are connected to Sumer, they obviously influence Sumer. Obviously. They admit that Nubia is the mother of Kemet. So if the Bantu people admitted that Nubia is the mother of Kemet, then how then do you say that Sumer, who was influenced by the Bantu people who said what came before them, is going to be the mother of everybody?
Right.
That shit don't make sense, but we had to hold it and keep looking like we talking crazy. Facebook, YouTube, we just looking dumb until it came out and people did the comparative studies. They attacked those peers. They didn't worry about their pockets being messed up. I don't care if y'all book me to come to this damn university to speak. Y'all lying. We just gonna put the abstracts up on the internet. We're gonna put the data up there, and whoever stands by the truth stands by the truth. So you got to understand what you're involved in. You're taking a torch from the people who are passing it down, and you're going to decide to take the truth, or you're going to take pseudoscience. You're going to take pseudepigrapha, or you're going to take the actual truth. Which one you picking? Both people passing down the torch. You see what I'm saying? Both people are going to pass down a torch to you. Which one you going to grab?
Bro, they're saying that
Exactly. Where you going to move it?
This is it. Now,
so if Egypt is here, where is America's? Exactly. Where they gonna move the Americas
bro,
at?
that's what I'm saying. They all, and this is no disrespect to the indigenous community, but y'all all believe in different stuff. A lot of the people that are indigenous are Hebrew Israelites. The other people more. You got some people that are they're African indigenous people. They say that they people originated from Africa and moved over here. Then you got some indigenous people say, no, this is the cradle of civilization. We started here, then we moved over there. So y'all got to get y'all community straight before y'all come for this Egypt and America shit. Because I'm going to bust y'all on that every single time y'all bring it up. I told y'all this for a whole week and a half, and I say it all the time. If y'all keep trying to place Egypt and America, I'm coming for you. Leave Africa and leave Egypt where it's at in Africa. Leave it there. Because every time I see a video of y'all, Egypt's in America, I'm coming for you. And I got more evidence to back up my claim than you got. I feel sorry for you.
And I'm coming too. We
It's
pulling
like,
up. I told him he pulled up to the crib. He pulled up to the crib. Suitin pulled up to the crib. He said, "Get in." You know, I seen he had the mask on and everything. I was like, "Come on, man. Come on, man. We can't." You know, but then when I seen the damage they was doing, you know, he showed me pictures of the fires and I seen the crime rate going up. I said, "Man, pull up. Fuck it." We played the humble already. We already played the humble.
Yeah, I played that. Now look, this is real shit. I stayed in my lane. I was itching. To give him the work. He was like, "No, bro, because it's just belief. It's just belief. Leave him alone." And every time we get up here, we talk about whatever we talk about, sports, anything. They come here, oh, we're not African. We're indigenous. I don't care about that. I didn't care about none of that. To this day, I still don't care. Just leave Egypt in Africa. Then when I came out, when the Beauty and the Beast was no longer the Beauty and the Beast, it was just the Beast. Everybody got in their feelings. Oh, stop crying and stop coming at us. You're attacking. Y'all attacked us first. I'm standing up for my people. So then I calmed down and I was like, you know what? Just keep Egypt out your mouth. No, don't nobody want to keep Egypt out their mouth. Leave Egypt in Africa. Leave it the fuck alone. Stop trying to bring that shit over here to fit your narrative, because then you're gonna have to take it on the chin. And then you're not gonna want to take it on the chin, so then I'm gonna have to break your jaw. You're gonna be lockjaw. You're gonna be sipping your fucking meal through a straw. Leave it there. Don't even bring it up. If you want to be an Egyptomaniac, then be an Egyptomaniac from Africa. Don't try to switch the narrative because you want to be indigenous to America. So now you're trying to, and you love Egypt so much that you got to place it in a land that it has nowhere being at all. Just let it go. I don't understand that. You want to be native, indigenous to America, so you're trying to take something that's on the tip of Northeast Africa, place it in America because you love the Egyptian civilization so much, but you're upset it's in Africa. I don't get. Well, just be like, oh, we love, what's his name, Quetzalcoatl. We love him. We love Boulder. You can fall in love with an ancient civilization over here in America. Like, oh, look, yay. What's his name? Montezuma. Be that. Just leave Egypt alone. Egypt ain't got nothing to do with what's going on over here. That they traded, but they weren't the same like people. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, what's the deal? What is the deal? We're trying to move Egypt out of Africa, place it in America, because you want to be Egyptian. Well, I'm not claiming to be an Egyptian. I'm not. I just follow, thanks, Mo. I just follow Egyptomania. And then I got out of that shit because I was like, a lot of people that follow Egypt, the Kemet shit, they believe that the gods were real. I was like, so you want me to give up Christianity to join another belief system? That's some shit we can't fucking prove. So I left. I was like, yeah, I ain't being part of that shit. But now I see, no matter where you go, you're running into some type of religion. That's what it is. I gotta let that shit go, man. Leave Egypt where it's at. Stop bringing up Memphis, Tennessee, because it wasn't called Memphis, Tennessee until 1818. Y'all made that shit up. And then it says that they got the land from the Chickasaw people. So now we got to go talk to them, and we got to ask them, are they Egyptians? Because that's where the land of Memphis, Tennessee is. So if the Chickasaw people are saying, I might not even be saying their name right. What's saying name?
You right, Chickasaw.
It's in blue.
Choctaw Creek, Chickasaw, Seminole.
Yeah, I think it's the Choctaw people. I gotta find it. I know that shit's in blue. In Turkey. No, it's the Chickasaw people. Are the Chickasaw people the people? Are they saying they Egyptian? Because that's where the land is.
Yep. Yeah. Let's get into that. Why
We
don't
gotta
we
go
have
talk to
other
them.
people? Why don't we have other people who experienced interactions with these so-called Egyptians who were in America? We don't have to worry about who's controlling the education system. That has nothing to do with the surrounding people, the people on the islands. Even in Virginia, before you get Hampton Roads connected with those bridges, you should still have those people who lived on those islands before speaking about interacting with the Egyptians and traveling over here and seeing these great buildings that disappeared. You should have somebody saying, hey, we want to go see the pyramids again. And they pull up and the pyramids are gone. Where's the documentation of that? Where people, right? Imagine if somebody from China, they family go there every 5, 10 years, and one day they go on a family trip and they go to Egypt, and Giza is gone. Like shit gone. They gonna document that. There's so many other aspects to this. And you just have to think. Don't get hit with the shock value from entertainment. There's nothing wrong with entertainment. You got some people who troll and clown around and they do this microwave scholarship shit. It happens. But you
Yep.
got to think critically. How in the world do we have nobody else talking about this event that took place? Not that Egypt is in America. We should have someone speaking. They're not even debating about where it's at or what the location is. They're saying that we went here and now the pyramids are gone. What happened to the Sphinx? Where's the pyramid? Someone should be in panic. These are great structures that everybody was seeing from all over this area, and all of a sudden it disappears and nobody says anything about it being gone. There's no record of it. No stories from the tribes that they passed down. One day we seen the Sphinx and the
You
next
know,
day it
big
was
that big
gone.
shit. We should find this same shit over here in America in Memphis, Tennessee. Not in the Grand Canyon in Arizona. You should find it in Memphis, Tennessee. If they found the Sphinx over there in Memphis, Tennessee, like he claimed, you should be finding this shit over there. This is big as fuck. They don't even know how old this is. They guess.
Look how heavy that shit is. It should be a dent in the ground somewhere. There should be a dent in the ground that we can see where it used to be at. A big ass
Yeah.
square that's dented in. We should see that somewhere. Where's that at?
Drag marks and everything.
After the fact.
Yep.
Matter of fact, so that's after the fact with the dents, evidence that it was left there. You should see some type of ruins. Then before that, in the beginning, you should see people who used to go there and they're complaining that it's not there no more. And then after that, in the middle, you should see them in the act. Someone should be documenting. We pulled up over here one day and we seen people dismantling the Sphinx and putting straps around it and lifting it up. And a great bird took it into the air that had wings that spun over top of its head. And it carried the Sphinx away into the distance. We don't hear none of these stories.
At all. We ain't got no writings. You got foreign people going into Egypt and they were writing about it in that language. We don't have that over here. This thing is so old, it's that it had water erosion. And it wasn't raining like that over there in Egypt. So they know that the Nile River, where it's at now, it wasn't always located where it is because through time it migrated to where it's at. So they're saying that it could have been the Nile River that did this or some other canal that gave this thing water erosion.
Mm-hmm. They used to think it was just sand and wind. But they was like, no, these grooves, they're too distinct. Have too many details. Had to be from water.
Look, I don't want y'all to think that I'm just thinking I'm big shit. I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong. I want them to find evidence that Egypt was over here so I can get back on my Egyptomaniac shit.
Mm-hmm. That'll open
I
up a
don't
new
think,
door.
I don't think they're gonna find it. But like I said, every time we tell people to pull up, they don't pull up. They're probably watching this shit right now on the outside looking in, scared to fucking pull up.
Look, I'm gonna take it to another level. What? Look how deep this shit go. Who had the amount of power where they had so much pull, they could go throughout the land in Africa, in the Middle East, so called, and tell people, hey, listen, I want you to say that you traveled to this area and you seen the pyramids, but backdated. I want you to backdate it back to BC times. Act like you went to China, Japan, Korea, Assyria. You went to Akkad, Sumer, Babylon, Greece, Rome, and convinced all these people to talk about Egypt like it was over there. And they just said, okay, I'll do it. We're going to rewrite all of our historical records and say that Egypt was over here. What type of power do you have to tell everybody to join in on that fucking lie? And some of these people don't even fuck with you. Nobody wanted to let the cat out the bag.
Right.
Get out of here. Crazy. It's just so many different facets of this shit. And all it takes is a little bit of time to sit down and think. Get out of panic. I understand you going through shit in your community. We have an identity crisis. We don't know who we are. We were mixed up a lot, but you got to take it one step at a time and deal with history as it is. There's nothing wrong with being skeptical. But when you met with the truth, you can't twist it and make it fit how you want it to fit. Either it fits or it doesn't. You can't force the fit because someone is going to see that it doesn't go there. If you ever did a puzzle with a kid and you're trying to help them put it together, you start seeing that the kid will start to force fit shit. And they're bending up the puzzle pieces trying to make the shit fit. It don't go there. Leave that alone. This is an edge piece. I'm going to give you a hint, young buck, young blood, that the edge piece will show you that it has to be somewhere around the outside. And you're trying to stick the edge piece somewhere in the center. It don't work that way. You know, so we gotta be careful with these things, and we gotta know what we're talking about. Some people make claims and they don't know how drastic these claims are. How the hell did you convince Assyrians and Romans and Greeks and 17 other nations around that area who have historical records that go all the way back to BC times that state that they interacted with these people over here in this land? They have maps. They can show you how they got there. They can show you wars they fought. They can show you languages that they got from those people. Pottery. Learning how to make paper. They got that from those people.
Yep.
But someone over here told them to lie about all of it. They got their enemies to lie for them and help them out. They got their allies to lie for them and help them out. How? What type of power you got? That's mind control power.
So Arthur hooked up on the Assyrians. Let me go back to this map. Y'all can see. I went the wrong way. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Where the fuck is it?
Talking about they had beef with Judah. What beef? Who stands side by side, back to back, and fight people when they got beef with each other?
Let me change the back so y'all can see it. Taharka pulled up on the Assyrians. The Assyrians surrounded. Who the fuck was that?
What's up, Free?
He ain't here? I don't know who that is. That's not my homeboy. Taharka pulled up on Hezekiah, surrounded by the Assyrians.
Mm-hmm.
So look where Egypt is. The Assyrians are already surrounding Hezekiah. Israel is all the way up there, west coast, the top part of California, going into I don't want to missay it. So I'm gonna pull it up on my phone. Hold on.
Oh, that's Tay. That's Thermo.
Oh. So Israel, by the map we're looking at, gotta be. That would be Oregon. The bottom part of Oregon and the top part of California. And then you got Nevada, you got Utah, you got certain parts of Arizona. And Assyria, according to this map, is going to be Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, Colorado, Nebraska, Kansas, South Dakota, North Dakota, in Minnesota. So if Taharka was coming from Egypt, which is in the middle of the middle of the map, to go help Hezekiah, who's already surrounded by the Assyrians. By the time he got there, they would have started. They would have died of dehydration because they cut the water supply off. I told them that they just gonna surround the city, wait till their supplies run out. So they got two options. They either can die in the city of dehydration, or they can come out and surrender. What the fuck do you think they was gonna do? Thank you, goddess. So my boy Tahaka, he pulled up and put in that wet work. And y'all think I'm lying? Go look at the Tahaka Stella. Because the Tahaka Stella that tell you he was the one that pulled up on them. And where's the Tahaka Stella at? It's in Egypt. It's not in America. They made some real good shit up and they ran with it. That's it. That's all. The only thing that I say, y'all might have a legitimate argument, because I ain't researched that, is the certain fruits and vegetables that come from America. Now, when I do my research on that, and it
Oh,
don't
I can
pan
break
out,
that. I
oh,
can
you say
break.
you can
Yeah,
go ahead.
that's easy. That's easy. That's real easy. See, okay, it came to a certain point where fruits weren't as abundant as they were. They didn't have that much meat because, believe it or not, people used to refer to the edible part of the fruit back then as meat. The meat of the fruit wasn't abundant. It wasn't as juicy. So we started trying to splice it and genetically modify it. That's where we get our broccoli, our like starch-based vegetables that you think are healthy for you, and then you find out like, oh shit, that ain't even. I might as well eat a potato because they were genetically spicing things. They had one plant that was growing and they got the last one of it. So the only thing they could do is cut the stem of another plant or the stalk of it, and then take the plant that is dying off that they have no more for, and then infuse that and tie it up into the other plant and let it connect into its roots and then see what type of fruit it produces. And over time, they figured out that they can make the fruit of that plant that was dying off more abundant. They can make it more juicier by using the genetics that it's mixing in from other plants. So once they figured that out, we started creating other vegetables. But your cauliflower, your celery, your what else you got? Cabbage, all of that comes from one plant. They just took leaves off of it because that was all that was left. It wasn't producing any more fruit, and it was the last one dying off. And they took that and mixed it into other plants. So that's why we have the confusion between like what is a fruit and what is a vegetable, what is a grain and what is actually a vegetable. You see what I'm saying? Like these things get confused because we have been manipulating things. GMO is old. Genetically modifying things is older than we think. So you could go in a store and go, oh, this is natural, and it's not. Like the chicken, Christians can eat chickens. They allowed to eat it, but the pig is older than the fucking chicken. You see what I'm saying? We know how the chicken came into play by them mixing different fowls. There was different fowls of the air that they used to hunt, and when they figured out that they can make it have shorter wings and keep breeding it, well, you can't fly and take off. We don't have to make that much of an effort to catch you because you can't even fly. So when the Africans spliced them and mixed them together, they was like, oh shit, we got food just running around on the ground. We got you. We ain't got to hunt for you. So this is old. And if you look at the oldest watermelon, the watermelon that they depict on their pictures, some of them are even in Europe. You can see them drawn on different depictions on stones in Africa. You can see them drawing the watermelon, how it used to look. It was different, and they described the taste of it. It was really sweet. Some of them were sour, and then you taste it today, and you like, that's not the orange. That's not the apple. That's not the watermelon. Because they have changed it now. They want it to be bigger. It's full of water. It ain't got
Mm-hmm.
that much meat. You can eat a whole watermelon by yourself. Is it really worth the money? Now they're trying to focus on production and the look of it. This is a big ass piece of fruit. But that's not a big ass plum. Imagine a plum with the same type of meat, the density, inside of the size of a watermelon. Like that, you'd be making big money at that point. That could feed a lot of stomachs. But a watermelon, just 3 kids could run through 2, 3 watermelons, easy. You come back the next day after you get off of work, like, I'm gonna get some of these watermelons, man. And ain't nothing in there. They done ate them. Ain't nothing but seeds all over the house, backyard, everything. So we got into genetically modifying organisms a long time ago. And once you learn that history, everything has a history. Language has history. Humans have history. Plants have history. And you have to go into these things. That's why any scholar that writes a book, if you want to write a book about the Bible, you want to write it about language, you want to write it about medicine, anything you write about biology, there's going to be a history to it. It's not going to be only what you talked about. That's where dude messed up earlier when we was on Bigo with the chromosomes, because he didn't know that an autosome. He didn't know an autosome was a chromosome. It's the same thing. It just has a different function. It's a different type. So if you say we don't have chromosomes, then you're taking out autosomes with it. The whole thing goes out the window. So people have to understand the history behind these things we're talking about. These fruits are being brought from one landmass to another, but it doesn't mean they originated there. This is where we're dealing with the genetically modified versions of a plant that's located somewhere else in the world. But since we're over here in the laboratories fucking with it, it looks like it's from here. But you brought it over here and then you fucked with it. That's how that goes. But it takes a little bit more studying. It takes a little bit more patience. You can't just sit there and read one article and take fragments of it that you want and then make a damn TikTok video out of it.
That's what they did, bro. That's exactly what he did. And they ran with it. They fell for it. They fell for that shit. And he was happy. Yeah! Yeah, baby!
We got it. I found it.
Like, he found the Holy Grail and shit, bro. You was there. You was at the Penn Museum. You walked around this whole fucking alabaster statue. You walked around it. You read the inscription. You were in the museum. And you saw where they said when they found it. Oh, shit, yeah, we can do that. You saw where they when you went in, when you first walked into the museum, you saw where it said there, it stated they found it in Egypt, Memphis, Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
And they were trying to get it over here because they asked, Petrie's asked the dude Gordon, did he want to buy it? And he said yes. So he said he wants the bigger one. And then Flinders Petrie said no, because it's too big. It's going to be hard for us to move over there. And even if we can get it on the boat or transport it over there, it might sink the ship. So look at the records. What they're doing, and he knows this because he saw it. When he went in there, it's going to give you a rundown. When you look at, if you go to any museum, right, when you look at any artifact, it's going to give you the history of that artifact. It's going to tell you when they found it, when they moved it to the museum, and where the artifact come from. Now remember, the whole museum is based on that artifact. That's a key attraction. Egypt shit. Not American shit, South American shit, Mexican shit, Canada shit. The whole museum, its eye-lookener is the Egyptian shit. So when you go in there, it's a big-ass tourist attraction, that statue, because that's what they're famously known for. So when you first walk in there, it's going to run you down the history of the statue, where they found it, who was in charge of finding it, who was backing the person that was in charge of finding it, who was the director of the museum at the time that wanted to bring it over here. And then it goes further than that, and it tells you how much they paid, almost $800 to bring it over here. That's a lot of money in 1912, 1913. $800. It gave you a whole rundown. He just ignored that. Ran up on the statue, gave it a big hug, slapped the Sphinx on his butt, and then he went live. Was like, yeah, baby, I found it. Look. This is the one they found the
Got him.
Go online right now. All 29 people in the chat. Go online right now and look up Egyptian Sphinx found in Memphis, Tennessee. And you know what you're gonna find? You're gonna find where it's saying that they seized Egyptian artifacts in Memphis, Tennessee. When you season an artifact in Memphis, Tennessee, it doesn't mean that they found it there. They're seizing it from people who are smuggling shit in. Go Google it. Don't worry, I'll wait. Y'all come back and tell me what it says. Google Egyptian Sphinx found in Memphis, Tennessee. And come back and tell me. I don't know if it's crazy. A hoax.
It's a hoax. It's a hoax. It's a hoax that they found it here. That's what's a hoax. They ain't found that shit here.
The first thing that popped up for me was Egyptian artifact seized by Border Patrol, or some shit like to that extent. They little. Let me go into mine.
They're not ready.
Mine. Listen, I'm about to read what mine says. Mine says federal agent sees a millennia-old ancient Egyptian artifact in Memphis. Last week was imported from Europe. United States Customs and Border Protection said they intercepted the shipment of a 3,000-year-old funerary canopic jar lid they named after the deity MSD on August 17th. That was August 29, 2022.
Still
so now
going.
I'm about
still happening. It's still happening. You know what I'm saying? Look, you see how that worked? That's how that worked. Just look, a simple search.
I'm trying to get.
If you don't find what we talking about, just on a fly, you can see that this shit is still happening. While we're trying to find the shit that correlates with what we're talking about, we're also finding things that's still happening that proves the point. Just walk the path. You're going to find out what's on it. Some people just looking at the path. They didn't walk. They looking at it from a distance, talking about, that's an oak tree. And that's a rabbit back there. Get up close. Oh, that's a fox. That's a tent. That you see, start walking down the path and see what's on there. They halfway crooks.
Right? They scared to death that shit to look at a fucking yearbook.
Halfway crooks. Big scamming ass niggas.
I know something about you. You went to the Penn Museum.
Right.
But you know how easy. Do y'all know how easy it is to go look at some shit and not give a reference or nothing that what it's saying? You got a page to visit the Sphinx. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I went and I didn't get nothing that was pertaining to Memphis, Tennessee. except for they season shit at the airport. That's it. You taking pictures, you making this video, but you look. I found the one in Memphis, Tennessee. When you found the one that you claim was in Memphis, Tennessee, you should show the placard and read the inscription of where it's saying the date that they found it and when they moved it to this location, where they found it from, the people who was in charge of the expedition. You did none of that. Not only did you not do none of that, you didn't have the curators of the museum come in there and tell you what the inscription says. Are you serious? Hey, what do these hieroglyphs on this symbol mean? And they would have went and got the curator, the person who knows the language, and they would have told you off jump. Or maybe he did do that and he's lying to the people. So now y'all saying it's cool to lie on TikTok. It is cool to lie on TikTok because the majority of the people that get up here follow people that just say whatever they want because they want to keep their viewers and followerships up. Out of everybody in the set, I'm the person with the least amount of followers. And I don't care. I don't care about the least amount of followers. You can go get somebody with the big amount of followers, get up here, and you think that they're going to go knowledge for knowledge with us on the information we just talked about tonight? Biblical scholars can't even keep up with the shit that's coming out of our mouths, especially the ones that believe. And we get the information from the biblical scholars. We're getting the information from them, and they can't keep up. That's just how it is.
Right.
That's how it goes. Because we're not stuck listening to one scholar. We look at the information that scholar is saying, and we got to see what his agenda is. So we got to do the thing. We got to do the same thing with other people, with the aspects of the stuff that they believe in. But oh yeah, you found this in the school. Now what does it say? Don't just say you found it. What does it say? You're not telling us what it says, so it's some filter shit. Why you drop down, Tristan? Hey, look, I'm gonna have to break up this relationship between you and Tabitha. Y'all getting too comfortable with each other. I don't think I like that.
Nah, keep the peace, bro. Keep the peace.
I'm gonna let y'all slide today, but tomorrow, actually, ain't no cut. Try. You're supposed to be part of the team. You left the team. She left the team. No, Tabitha left the team. You were supposed to be the day one. Soon as Tristan popped up, you just left the squad. I see how it is. I see how it is. I knew it. Child of the sun ain't show up. Sad, y'all. He in Florida. We gotta see if he okay.
Yeah. Hold up, hey, bro, they going through shit down there. Yeah, some shit going on. There's a couple people I did business with down there. They fucked up. They still underwater. Trying to they ain't even go back. And the ones who made it out, there's some people I know that was stuck there.
Oh.
They were about to leave and they got stuck. And then it's people who left that can't even go back because they ain't got nowhere to go back to right now.
Nah, Tabitha, you can't say you one of the most loyal people because as soon as Tristan came on the scene, you start cheating on us with her. Cut the shit. Cut the shit. You left us on stuck. She was like, hi, bye guys. I'll see y'all later.
Ooh, Tristan.
He's like, look, it's a new piece. They got a new flavor of cake. I think I want to try this. Vanilla's boring. I'm tired of dealing with chocolate. I don't want chocolate cake no more. I want to try this new cake.
That shit too thick. It's too thick. I ain't got enough milk to eat the pure chocolate. I ain't got enough milk for that.
But yeah,
Oh, y'all good though.
they gave me the cake. The cake is amazing. But you know what? Ah, they didn't give me ice cream. I can't eat cake with no ice cream. I gotta leave it. It's thick. I need something to wash it down with my mouth. You know, you can't eat cake with pop. You gotta eat cake with ice cream. I'm sorry, guys. I'll see you guys in a couple of months. Gotta go for here. That's new amazing cake. It's a swirl cake. I gotta go taste that. I gotta see what it feels like. It's cool. I understand.
Yeah, Tristan do be putting in that work. Yeah, you can't take that from her. She be putting in that work.
Yeah, and ain't that many people who put in that work. But like I said, hey, y'all welcome to go get the whoever thinks that Egypt is in America. They can come up here. They can say whatever they want. They can try to defend it, but they're just gonna say they're the source because they don't have no real sources to go get the information from to say it's over here. Egyptologists are not even gonna say that.
And we not done. We just giving you we just
This
giving
is
you
just
the shit
like,
that we put. This is the shit we just put together real quick.
yeah,
That's it. You say this, I'm gonna say that. You bring that back. Let me do this first. You do that second. Boom. Boom. You gonna conclude. We got other shit. There's other shit that we can bring up. They just not feeding enough fruit to the conversation for us to bring up something else. They ain't got nothing. They ain't nothing to eat. They come to the table and it's just plates and shit. It's all types of seasonings and shit that make the food taste good, but ain't no food. I don't give a fuck. You got
right?
plates, forks,
They
and
show up.
seasoning.
They
What we
shows up
eating?
at Big Mama's house, and they ain't bring a plate of nothing. You know,
Nothing.
when you go to grandma's house on Thanksgiving, you got to bring a plate of something for everybody to eat. They show up empty-handed with not even empty-handed. They show up with a thing of cups. Oh, I got plastic cups. The fuck is plastic cup? You ain't bring no dish. You ain't bring a dish. Grandma's house, and then they'd be the first one to try to grab a plate. They don't even wait till their prayers over with. You look from the corner of your eye, they trying to sneak a
Yeah.
turkey leg.
They critics. And they critics too. This mac and cheese kind of dry. This turkey leg
All right.
kind of dry. This stuffing right here kind of
That
it's too
what's that
moist.
movie
Like, you
called?
ain't even bring nothing.
Who made the potato salad?
Yeah. You ain't bringing shit. You in here looking all fresh and everything. What is you doing though?
This
You at the
turkey ain't
table.
rare.
You said you
It's
had
just
some
raw.
food.
It's raw every damn year. One year, you didn't even have enough sense to take the plastic out of the turkey. You left the giblets in it and everything.
Niggas biting on skewers and thermometers and shit. The hell is going
No
on?
stuffing. You ever put no stuffing in the turkey?
Did you
Just
base this motherfucker? He left a plastic container with the guts and the gizzards and shit all in it. Left everything in that bitch. Nigga eating plastic. Chewing on plastic hearts and shit. Crazy. Sit at a table with a nigga. I'm trying to eat. I don't mind still sharpening still and
only,
we sharing
only thing
plates and everything.
edible.
I always sit at the table with this nigga. He ain't got no food. Nigga ain't got nothing. Pass me, hey, pass me the, pass me the yams. Nigga give me an empty bowl. Eat it. Ain't nothing in here, bro. What you talking about?
But yeah, man, that irritates lovely, don't it?
You want me to romanticize with your ass? Oh damn, this is
Yeah,
what was this imaginary? I could have stayed at home and had tea with my daughter, pouring fake cups of tea and shit. You
right?
passing me empty bowls of yams and shit. It's yams. Ain't shit in here but nothingness. The hell are we eating? Talking about something I found it. You didn't find shit. You up here lying, blowing your picture up, zoomed all the way in, keeping the camera all the way up at the top so we can't see the placard.
And
What
like,
do they
not,
call? Look, bro, we gotta make another name for this shit. It ain't microwave scholarship because that's when you look too fast. You want a fast meal, right? This is deeper than microwave scholarship. This
It's
is
liquor, bro. It's liquorship. He saw what he wanted to see, and he just bypassed the other information. I know he saw that plaque. I know he saw that plaque. I know he saw when he went in there. Because look, I did this when me and my girl went to St. Louis a couple of times. We went in the Ark, and the Ark gives you the history of how it was put together. That is exactly how he would have went in, because that whole museum is based on that Sphinx. So he would have saw, they would have had articles, stuff on in the museum on the walls stating how it got there, where it came from. And it's not gonna say, oh, we found it in Memphis, Tennessee, and we moved it over there to Egypt, and then we moved it back from Egypt, Memphis, over here to Philadelphia in the museum called Penn, the Penn Museum. Matter of fact, I think it's just Penn State Museum. I think that it's just Penn for the short definition of it.
right, right. Yeah, microwave, bro. That we've been there. We've been under the gun before. We seen it. That we was up there talking wild shit. And it probably wasn't wild as Egypt and America, but we was slipping before, and we heard these types of terms
I
put
have a
out, and we
stupid
gotta respect our
was
elders
telling
and pass it
everybody
down.
white people used to be
That's
red.
microwave. They what they say? It's microwave. It was said to me when I was out there talking my little stupid ass shit I was talking about. That's microwave scholarship, young buck. It's microwave, and you got to go back, humble yourself, and do the work
Nah,
and
bro.
go through the process.
I think he's incapable of doing that.
That nigga too old for that bullshit.
He can
Way
let
too
him
old for
know,
that.
guys, I'm sorry. Because he could easily just go back. He can go back and show us, like, hey, look, this is what the plaque said. That's all he had to do. So now you bring, even if they found this statue that he claims from Memphis, Tennessee. Let's say they found it in Memphis, Tennessee. It's still referencing the ruler that was over there in Egypt and Memphis, Egypt, not Memphis, Tennessee. So now you got to explain why that statue ends up over there and it's supposed to be in Africa. So now we got to look at the surrounding area and start doing archaeological digs to find more shit, and you're not going to find nothing but dirt and dung. That's it. He's going to find a beetle. He's going to go over there and find a beetle. Like, look, see, yeah!
Found it. Look at this shit.
And it's going to be a beetle that origin started in America, not in Africa. You got over like 3,000 fucking different beetles. And he's like, yeah, look at the beetle. You can tell the beetles originated
It's
from
a
over here.
type of beetle. You got mountain lions, and that's a category, right? You got lions, and then you got subcategories of lions. You even have the leopard, and people don't know this. A lion is a leopard. If you get into the lingua franca, I mean, not the lingua franca, the binomial nomenclature, my bad. If you get into the binomial nomenclature, you'll know that those words, if you study them, you'll see that a lion is actually a leopard. And they noticed that when they were injured and they had to shave all their hair off and they seen all of them damn leopard prints under all of that fur. And then they had to backtrack and modify the sequence of events that led up to the lion being of that look that it has today. That lion mane that's around the neck was for the
Mm-hmm.
types of predators that it had to deal with. It took a lot to become a king. That neck was what any animal would attack with a strong bite force. They go for your neck. Every time you breathe out, they get a bite around your neck, they get a good grip. And every time you breathe out, what do? They tighten it. You breathe
Mm-hmm.
out again, they tighten it. But the lion became king not because of its stamina and aggressiveness and how the lionesses stick together and move in packs and shit like that. How they train their kids up. That's not how that happened. It was also the genetic things that took place through epigenetics, which gave them a mane around their neck. That hair that they grew around their neck, their enemy could grab on their neck all they want to. You won't hit the skin. You got a mouthful of fur. So while you biting on fur and thinking you locking down on my neck, I'm scratching your guts up. until I can get a grip on your ass. I'm injuring you because I'm biting straight skin and you biting on fur, thinking you putting a grip on my neck and you can't even feel me breathe out because you ain't on my skin. So that's how that became king, and that goes into the same thing that happens with the coyote. I mean, with the jackal and the dog. How they thought that that was the animal from over here in America. That I forgot how you. I don't even know how you pronounce it. It's like Zolo Giffle or whatever the fuck it's called. And they thinking that dog matches up with the jackal, and the jackal was a damn wolf. You got to go into the history of things and how they develop and get to the point where they're at in the present time. So these things cannot be denied. They can't be refuted. And if you want to go for illusions, knock yourself out. If you're looking for
right?
entertainment, knock yourself the fuck out. You're going to get all the entertainment you want. I would suggest pages for you that you can go look at that will entertain you for days. They're going to have all types of information. They're going to post multiple times a day. You know why? Because they lying. That's why they got so much information. Oh my God, he got so much knowledge. Damn. He's lying. There's no sources.
I'm the source.
Ain't no damn source.
I don't read books. Huh? You mean to tell me these people are following you under the preconception motion that you read books and you got all this infinite wisdom from reading books and studying scholars that are in the field of what you're talking about, and you don't follow none of them. You don't read no book. So you just winking information. You freestyling. You the new Cassidy, bro. You the king of freestyle.
How'd you get the name Sphinx? Where'd that come from? The ancestors gave it to you. You got it from the Akashic records. So they made it all the way up to the Akashic records and lied about it and spoke languages closer to our time. Not ancient Kemet, but languages that come after. You're not even in the classical era. You in a remix of a remix of a remix in the Akashic records. So they infiltrated the Akashic records and the ancestors over here lying to you. Well, I guess it would make sense if you thinking you tapping into some shit and you look how he looked, no offense. Something obviously happened through his genetic sequence where somebody infiltrated, whether they was in love with their slave master or they got violated. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he talking to the wrong ancestor when he meditate. I don't know. Maybe they lying to him. He could be talking to a Greek, and they probably telling him, "Look, Memphis, you talking to the wrong ancestor." That shit do come back to bite you in the ass. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of logic that goes into this shit.
He not ready. He not ready, man. And this was light work. This was light work. Less than 2.5 hours of this shit. And we already debunked this argument. It'd be different. It'd be different if he sided with the plate on the image was. If he actually showed y'all it. Now I'm gonna say this one more, I'm reiterate it, right? When you go to a museum, even if you go to the zoo and you walk in there, right? And when you walk up on whatever that animal is, it lets you know what it is, where it come from, right? So in the museum, they give you more than that. They're gonna give you what it is, where it come from, who was the person that discovered, where they migrate from. That's all I'm saying. He didn't do that. He just look, I found it. That's it. You just show the picture of some shit. You ain't going to know information. You ain't give us no information on it. You could have walked up to him like, look, this is what they're saying. And you could have read it and then turned your screen, your phone camera around and let us see the information that you read. Because I gave y'all the information that I read. I told y'all where y'all can go. You can go to Penn State. You can go to Penn Museum right now. You can go to Penn Museum Archaeology. You can go to ucl.ac.uk and look up the Fitz Museum and just look for William Matthew Flinders Petrie Archaeology. You can go to joyofmuseums.com and it's going to show you the Petrie Museum of Egyptian Archaeology. They're in the university It's gonna show you this shit. And look, for the 30 people in the chat, go on YouTube right now, right? Go on YouTube and find moving day for the 25,000-pound Sphinx at Penn Museum, 1913. Just look that up. You're going to see exactly what I've been talking about. Then look up If He Could Talk, the amazing story of the colossal Sphinx of Ramses at Penn Museum, moved from Egypt. You're gonna see exactly what I'm talking about. That's just two things in on YouTube. Just go look it up. The people need now. Look, when I say go look it up on YouTube, I'm not talking about these are just people talking about it. These are Egyptologists talking about because they work at the museum. So you got the Egyptologists that work at the museum telling you where it come from, who found it, who gave the money to bring it over here, why it was sitting outside for 3 years, because they couldn't bring it in until they created a new wing because it was too big and they didn't have a place to put it. They're gonna tell you it costs $800, almost $800 to bring the statue over here. At 1913, that's a lot of fucking money. Tell them to cite their source. Source up or shut up.
You can't just look at other people's sources and then say what they lying about. You can point out that they lying, but you have to have some other data to present. You gotta bring something else up that counters it. You can't just go, oh, they lying about that. They lying about this. When they got a whole bunch of information behind it. You'll see an article, you'll see a book that may be 200-300 pages, or a paper that's written that's 50 pages, a dissertation that's 20, 30, 40, 50 pages. But that information is coming from a big database. They're just compiling it and compressing it into a smaller message that they can deliver to you. This is what we have gathered from all of this information. That's not coming from one person. It's not one person that's lying. You're dealing with, sometimes this goes back to France. It goes back to Germany. They look at each conclusion, each abstract, each piece of information that another person is concluding off of, and they look at the background data behind it. They compare it, and then they come to their own conclusion. And they admit, professors admit, the people who are the emeritus, the tutors, the biologists, the anthropologists, paleontologists, all the linguists, all of the people that's doing the work, they know when they get older, I have to just back up and let the youth go. And in their last days, they always find out like, oh man, I made a mistake. And it humbles them. I didn't catch that. You're right. You want somebody to take over. You don't want to be the last historian. You don't want to be the last biologist. So it's up to us to look at the information from all people and come to a conclusion. That's why we had to hold that Nubia was first, then you get Kemet, and then you move into the certain tribes, and then you get Sumer. And Sumer is coming lower and lower on the list. If you look at older articles from before 2022, you're going to keep seeing Sumer at the top of the list. It's Sumer first, and then Egypt. And they don't even bring up Nubia. They just keep going down a list with all these other people. But these same scholars say that Nubia was before everybody. But they couldn't find a way to tie it in to make it make sense.
What is that? December 16, 1998, New York Daily News. The article says Egypt broke first. Egypt, the writing style in Egypt is older than the Sumerian. New evidence gives key to some shit. But now I'm gonna tell you guys.
And was he popular? Was he popular?
You can't find the article no more.
But exactly, they're not popular. But the knowledge was out there. So we confuse popularity with actual knowledge. That you're not speaking knowledge just because you're popular. because you know how to control a crowd. A nigga could hop on the stage and control 3,000 people and got them waving their hands back and forth, and he talking about bitches and hoes and clapping his own people up. You can do that type of shit and you popular. You gonna be on the top. You the best rapper alive. You the best singer, and you talking about all this whole shit and degrading people and destroying your community. So just because you are popular and your concept is widespread, it doesn't mean that you're correct. And sometimes it takes discipline to just hold on to the truth. Whether it comes to light or not that everybody accept it as true, your responsibility is to the truth. Popularity doesn't matter.
Nope.
A fad doesn't matter.
Nope. You
It
stick
can
to
be something that everybody is doing.
the
It don't mean that you're supposed to be following the shit. If all your friends jump off a cliff, you know how our parents used to, if your friend jump off a bridge, are you gonna jump? Exactly. Y'all all jump. I'm gonna stand right here.
jump up, and get
Have a good
down.
day. I'm gonna throw you a floaty and everything.
Right? Hope you can swim, buddy.
Nigga
It's
washing
sad.
up on the rocks.
You want to challenge people's information, that's cool. But when it's time to challenge your information, we can't challenge your information because you're the source. You don't read books. You don't get your information from men, or you don't go to no websites. So and then when when the information's in your face, you don't take pictures of it so we can see what the template in front of the artifact says. So we can come to our own conclusion. So we can read what it's saying
No,
about
you right.
that.
And Zaman, how do you say your name? Cement General, whatever. You right. You not supposed to say that some. If I'm correct about what you're saying, you're not
Yeah, but you
supposed to
can't.
say that he's
We don't.
wrong.
We don't say wobble
But
over here, bro.
you're
We're
not
not
supposed to say
disrespectful.
that he's wrong. But you also do not deny that it doesn't make any sense. If you studied the data and you looked at it and you put it into the proper sequence, it doesn't make sense.
Nope.
So cool. If you got something else, leave the Sphinx alone and go to something else. Get us a body or something. Give us a lizard. Give us the crocodile in Memphis.
Coin.
Because they
Give
depicted
us.
crocodiles all through Egypt, right? Give us a fucking crocodile in Memphis then. Give us the people who said that they walked over here in Memphis and they seen all these pyramids and they family used to visit it all the time. And then one day they went up there and it was all gone. Where's that record at? Where's the record of people flying this shit out and taking it over to Egypt?
Yep. Chick, the Chickasaw
Someone
people.
had to see it.
We're talking about.
They did all this shit in secret. What did they project? They projected a fucking illusion, a hologram to people while they moved all of these massive monuments to another landmass all the way across the oceans. Nobody saw it. We don't see no indention. We don't see anyone saying that they moved it and they saw them move it, and we don't see anybody saying that they were visiting these pyramids and the Sphinx and talking to Egyptians and learning their language. We don't see none of that on the historical record over here in America. Then we also don't see the Assyrians saying that these people came from far out and they put shotguns and spears and bow and arrows to our head and said, you better lie and say that Egypt is over here and that you fought these people. Change all your historical records, Assyrians, Babylonians, Greeks, Romans, Israelites, Judah, Sumer, Chinese people, Japanese people, all of y'all change your records and say that
Teaching.
Egypt was over here closer to you and don't tell them that it was actually in America. Come on, how did they do that? They made everybody change their historical record. You have to believe so much. It's not just the claim that they're making. There's a lot more things you have to believe to make this true. But it
He
feels
know that
good.
shit ain't true. That's why he ain't take no picture of what the inscription in front of the Sphinx says. Because that'll debunk everything he believes. It's some feel good shit. He in too deep. He got too many followers, and he can't just come. Yeah, you know what? I was wrong. I thought I knew the truth. I don't know the truth. I'm sorry. I led y'all astray. But the Sphinx that's in the museum that I looked at, it actually said that they found it in Egypt.
So I have a question.
Is
So
it,
like,
is it a
and
is it a
speaking,
hypothetical hypothesis or theory?
it's a question.
Okay.
Okay, so with Memphis, I don't know how to word this. Okay, so there's okay, I think it's called like Nomi, Nome, and there is I think nine of them, and it's part of ancient Egypt, and they have like the Lower Egypt and the Upper Egypt. And then when you look at some of these animals or trees or whatever that they put in it, these trees originate only over here on these lands.
Yeah,
The,
just
the, 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 the
name
plants, the
name.
plants.
Yeah, name one. Like go through it one by
Okay, I
one.
can give you one.
Yeah.
It's a sycamore. Hold on. And like they have it written in. Okay, hold on, maybe I gotta go up Egypt. Hold on. Um, well, I'll do the Lower Egypt since I'm already here. Like for instance, it mentions a falcon, and it mentions at the bottom.
Well, we already debunked that.
No, because it mentions the type of falcon. It's a plumed falcon, and I guess it has it like written in the Egyptian name of it, and it says capital, modern name of capital site, English translation, and then it says the god that I guess it's associated with. And so the plumed falcon is over here.
Okay, who said this plum falcon in the middle letter?
Who said it? It says the god that's associated
Yeah,
with
you
it.
gotta give us the source for where they're talking about it at in Egypt that's supposed to be over there.
It's
And then we can
the
go up
gnomes,
to
the
where it
list
comes
of
from.
gnomes, Nomes. Nomes, or I don't know how to pronounce it. Hold on, let me look and see. Mes. Here for the gnomes of Egypt. They are territorial division in ancient Egypt. Each gnome was ruled by a nomarch, ancient Egyptian great chief. The number of gnomes changed through the various periods of the history of ancient Egypt. So I guess one of the gnomes or the rulers or whatever,
Okay, so
or
we talk.
the
Okay,
territorial division in ancient Egypt, was
when I first looked that up, that's what it says. Greek.
it says who?
Greek. No mean is a Greek word. That's what they're saying.
I mean,
We
isn't
gotta
Egypt a
say
Greek word too?
that again.
Isn't Egypt a Greek word?
Yes, but what I'm saying is we have to find the Kemetic word of what these people are talking about.
Okay. Okay. Um,
And it says that the word means both law, custom, territory.
The territory division in ancient Egypt. So I don't think it really should matter if it's Kemet or Egypt. It's either they had him or didn't have him, or if it's Kemet or Greek. There was
I know they have.
42 gnomes of ancient Kemet, Egypt, and it says the same thing.
Yeah, I think
So
I
the falcon was one. It was the plumed falcon, and it says that the plumed falcon.
Who's saying this?
Uh, okay, here I can tell you how to get it. You have a phone or something? I can
Yeah,
tell you how
just
to
I
get.
just yeah, I just want to know who's saying it.
Okay, so go look up, and you can see what I'm seeing.
No, I just want you to tell me who. If you have it already, just tell me who's saying it.
It's
if somebody is studying this deep into it, where they're making, posts and putting out papers about it, all I need is that scholar or that anthropologist or zoologist, whatever they are.
Carl Roebuck, The
With a
World of
C,
Ancient Times.
with a C or a K for Carl.
With the C's, and then Roebuck. And then there's another one, Adele Arsenius or something, and I can spell it for you. And it's Adelaransanious. And then the name of his book is Administrative Organization of Egypt.
Okay, it's Roe with an E. All right.
Yeah, Roebuck.
Administrative what?
Administrative Organization of Egypt. So it's a paper or a website, a Coptic website.
All right, and he's saying the falcon, the plum falcon, depicted in, you said the Nomes,
Nome.
the falcon that they are depicting in
And
their imagery. What is it? Stones,
they say that the
tablets.
Egyptian name for that one is Sopdu, and then it says the capital is per dash Sopdu, and then the modern name
Okay,
of
let's get to where is this bird being depicted at? Is it on a tombstone, a temple? Where's it being depicted at?
I think it's a different territory, and each territory had, I guess, a god or a persona, whatever you want to say, and it was 42 different territories. That was basically 42 different gods.
Okay, so the plum falcon is being depicted by people in Egypt around what's this time? It's in BC times.
It's
Because if we
let's
can
see.
get to the depiction, we got to get to the depiction. Like what time is this? Where they depicting it at? What is the name of the god? Like how do we get to this actual
Just go
depiction
Google
of it?
Nome and then put in I guess
You muffled.
OTG. It should pull up something.
You're muffled.
Oh, I said just Google Nome and then maybe the god, the Sopdu for the god's name, or not the god's name, but the Egyptian name, and then it should pull up something, I guess. So you could kind of see what I'm looking at, because it's a territory.
Y'all, I'm looking up the birds of Egypt right now.
Stop, dude.
Yeah, I don't see no plum falcon in Egypt.
That's what I'm trying to find a depiction of it.
I got
But I
one, two,
see.
three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9, 10. I got 10 falcons in Egypt. I don't see no plum falcon.
Yeah, because it's not in Egypt. If you put plum falcon into the thingy, you'll see where it comes from.
But if it's not in Egypt, then what are we talking about? Because we're talking about Egypt.
Obviously, but even the trees, the sycamore trees, they're not in Egypt
Wait, no,
either.
no,
But
wait. No, let's stay
it's
at the
showing
plum
that
falcon. Hold on, wait. We gotta stay on one thing. We can get to the trees after this. If the plum falcon is not in Egypt, then it doesn't even. It's not relevant to the conversation.
that's what that's what the bird is a plum falcon.
And where is it depicted at in Egypt?
I'm just telling you, go look what I told you to look up, and you'll see what it's named after. Just because it's not in Egypt, then that means something's fishy. Because if the plum falcon is that bird that they're talking about, and it's not found in Egypt, and it's found in America, then something's fishy.
But what does
Okay,
it
we
have to
can.
do with Egypt? If it's not in Egypt, it
That
doesn't
means no,
matter.
no. If it's not in Egypt, that means okay. Let's see. We
Oh,
got
wait,
trees that's
wait.
not in Egypt.
So
You got
we're
the
taking.
No,
falcon
the
that's not in
plum
Egypt. The
falcon,
damn
just the
dog is
plum
not in
falcon,
Egypt. There's
just the
a lot
plum
of things
falcon,
that's not in Egypt that should be in Egypt,
just
but
the
they're
no.
nothing.
Okay, so show us the plum falcon in Egypt and where the
I'm
Egyptians said
telling
that
you
it's in
how to
Egypt.
look it up. I gave you the word. I gave you what to look up.
No. You just said it's not in Egypt. So
I
how
said
can you
if it's
tell me
not in,
what?
I gave you the words to look up, the name of the god.
You're not hearing what I'm
I
saying.
hear what you say.
If the
Just
plum
because it's
falcon,
not in Egypt, that means something's fishy. Then that's what it means. That's too many things
well,
not
let
in
it be fishy.
Egypt.
Because if I don't see it in Egypt, then I don't understand what we're talking about.
And so if they saying that the bird that
We're
is
supposed to be seeing
if so
animals
the
that are
head that
depicted.
is the god of that bird is a plum falcon and it's not in Egypt, then there's something wrong. Just like when you were talking about the little bug thingy and how the Mayans had it and all that. You know what I'm saying? If
You
it's
talking
not
about
supposed,
the beetle?
yeah, the beetle or whatever. You
There's
know,
something
so
like 3,000 species of beetles on this planet.
I know, but I'm
It's a
just
type
saying
of beetle.
that falcon that is depicted on that god that's supposed to be an Egyptian god, just like Anubis too. It does not come from Egypt.
I'm looking.
The trees that these gnomes
I'm
also are
looking.
split up and talked about. The sycamores, they don't come from Egypt. They got something, the Bull Mountain or whatever. It's over here in Yellowstone in North America. It don't come from Egypt.
So are you saying that the plum falcon is in Egypt?
Yeah, if America was Egypt.
No, you're not getting what I'm saying. We're trying to walk through it. We're not trying to go to what your
I know what
conclusion
you're
is.
saying. You're saying just
Okay,
because the
so
bird
don't
can't be
so
found in Egypt,
come
that
on. You
means
gotta slow down.
automatically.
I'm trying to walk through it slowly.
I already know what
You
you're
are
saying.
so why are you confused? So stop saying
I'm
that
not
it's not in
confusing.
Egypt.
You're not
You're
understanding.
saying no. You're saying that it is depicted in Egypt, right?
On the head of those Egyptian gods or whatever
What
personas,
website is
whatever.
this?
I just gave you the two things that I was looking at.
It's called the evolutionary tree of religion. I figured it out, guys. I already figured.
You muted yourself.
Good.
Okay. All
Oh,
right.
You said
Okay.
it's
Nah,
called
So
what?
hit the
it's
button again.
it's uh it's called the evolutionary tree of religion, and I already figured everything out. You guys need to stop fighting.
ain't
So
nobody fighting.
is this how I'm gonna explain it to
No,
you from here?
we
Watch.
talking, bro.
Hold on,
Watch.
bro. If you about to try to tie religious shit into the stuff that we're talking about,
Nah.
we don't do it.
No. Okay, from 100,000 BCE to 15,000 BCE, there was nothing but animism and shamanism. Okay? It is when the Mesopotamian era came that changed everything completely. Okay? So it's true. They were around spreading this religion from these beings that came from another planet or place. And they started their own religions because they wanted to be.
We're not talking about religion. We talking
Okay, I
about.
know.
We are talking about what Kenya just talked about.
Okay. So Egyptians weren't the first. The first people, yes, were the blacks, and then the whites came in
We're
40,000
not
BCE.
talking about none of that. We're talking about.
We're talking about the plum falcon. I'm trying to find the plum
Okay,
falcon
okay,
and
that happened.
depictions of Egyptian
All you gotta do
sculptures
is put in
so that
gnome
we can.
plum falcon.
That
That's it. Just put in
it
gnome, the
happened because
Nome, and plum
I
falcon.
Pangea,
well, don't start with Pangea.
and the flood.
Pangea is not even the beginning.
But there was people in Pangea.
Every time I look up this falcon, it keeps going back to the Haru falcon.
Go to do what I did, put Nome and plum falcon. You'll see where it links to
When I
Egypt.
put that,
And then when you put in plum falcon, you'll see where it comes from.
Am I spelling plum wrong?
Plumed.
Plumbed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plumed.
Yes.
So now we're taking the plum falcon that looks just like the falcon that they have depicted over there in Egypt, which is a different type of falcon. And it's basically they're swapping out falcon for falcon. Right? So I'm going into the category Gnome 20 of Lower Egypt in, I don't know how to say this, soup dip plum falcon land. So now you go into this, you can GDEG gnome. It says it's in lower. So now it says, give me the information. That's all I care about. I don't care about the picture. Locator map of the gnome 20 of Lower Egypt. Labeled with the marker, yada yada. Oh, you gotta give me more than this.
It says falcons are widely distributed on all continents.
Mom, I'm about to send you the link.
We're talking about plum falcon.
I'm really not
Right, yeah,
finding
but hold on, Nunaki, hold on. I want to see. I'm trying to figure out where this falcon that's depicted in Egypt is native to America.
Yeah, the duck
That's what we're
hunt, bro.
trying
I
to
mean,
find.
but that's
We
why you should
already
have came up
we
here, bro.
already know that birds are not native to any land. They're found
That's
all over the
not
place. But
true.
if
It's
they're
where you were
it
born.
doesn't have to
That's
not be
native.
true.
Where you're
Okay, so
the land you
you
were
can't
born
have a
in or born on.
okay, that's cool. These things fly in the air. But what I'm saying is, where are the Egyptians depicting a plum
So where are
falcon?
bald eagles native to?
And then why are we going off of the falcon?
I'm just saying though, since birds are not native anywhere, where are bald eagles native to?
You don't live long enough to decide where they're at. We can tell you where we see them at. People see them all the way in America, and people see them all the way in China.
Well, where are they native to though?
Nativity was something that someone thought they
I mean,
thought it
like
was native to
elephants,
one
we
land
see elephants in Africa. We don't see elephants here unless they're in the zoo. So we can say they're
because
native
they're
to
land
Africa.
animals. You see how you just went from the sky to the land?
Okay, well let's go.
They
Okay, we'll won't go. Let's do an owl
You
then.
can find, just show me a place, show me where you can only find them in America, and that will solve the problem. They're not only found in America. That's how multiple people, even outside the Egyptians, depict these same birds.
Like who else depicted them outside of the Egyptians?
It says the
They're
term
in
known is
Ireland,
actually of
Greenland.
Greek origin.
Go
The
ahead,
It's
put
made
term
of
the.
pe-
You can
"42"
put the map. Put the. What is it called? The migration pattern.
Oh, I don't have that.
Yeah, it's for the peregrine. The peregrine falcon.
I'm just going with the known. It says the 42 traditional province of ancient Egypt. The actual ancient Egyptian term for those governmental divisions was sepet. Today, Egypt refers to its province as government. So I'm trying to find the Egyptian word for the bird.
That's what I'm looking for right now. It's just some artifact.
Let me let me see if I can look at something else.
I don't know. Y'all must be on DuckDuckGo or something. I'm not seeing where this. I can't even find this. I see the falcon, but I'm not seeing them saying it's just native to one land. I don't see that with birds. Period. Unless they're birds that only fly to a certain height,
Hmm.
penguins or something. You know, smaller birds that don't fly that far. They don't go to certain altitudes.
Where
But
did
this, we
you
talking about
see
a
the
falcon.
falcons? There's mummified falcons buried with Horus.
Yes, it's called the Horus bird, bro. That's what I'm saying. I
I
don't
know,
see
but
no
do they
known.
have pictures of the mummified birds? That way you can compare something to a North American kind of falcony. Oh, they have them. Watch.
The two things we need is them depicting the plumed falcon and then someone saying that it's native to America. As in, like, it stays there and never even moves. Because it still could be found in one area and then fly somewhere else, like birds do. They hop up and leave, depending on the weather.
Look, there it
Look,
is.
it's
It's
like
got
snow.
colors. Look at the beak.
And where's that
What
located?
is that?
That's a mummified falcon with the Egyptians. It's a real one.
No, they don't
That's
Look
even
at
not
look.
true.
that.
It's not true. That's not
They don't
true.
even look
So
real.
so yeah,
No?
that's just not true. So where does it say that it's native to America? Do we have something that says that this plum falcon is native to America and it's not found anywhere else?
I see that the Western United States,
That's where it can be
they call
found.
it the prairie falcon, Falco mexicanus.
They have like a little black mark on their head. Look. Little.
It says Greek historian Herodotus mentioned in his histories that the punishment for killing a falcon was death in Egypt. But I'm still looking for the damn name.
The closest thing I can find is that the plum falcon is similar to the peregrine falcon that you find in Egypt.
Yeah, I got prairie falcon. Who's that? Oh, okay. It says the peregrine falcon and the prairie falcon are native birds and have the widest ranges. They said they're North American birds. You just said the peregrine says it's Egypt.
Say it again.
It just says the peregrine falcon and the prairie falcon are native birds and have the widest ranges. I guess, let me see. It says North American birds, falcons.
The peregrine falcon that I'm looking at, it says that it is from Western Eurasia or Africa. How are you spelling it? P-E-R?
And I'll tell you, I didn't even spell it, but it's right here. Hold on, let me get out of here real quick. Second.
P-E-R-E-G-R-I-N-E?
I don't know. I gotta see once my internet decides to go to the net. Here we go. Peregrine.
And you said it's native to what?
On this one website, it says North American birds.
Put the origin of it in. That's the same falcon that I showed earlier.
And here goes another one that says North American birds. That says it. WildlifeInformer.com. Let me see what this looks like. This website.
Peregrine falcons live and breed on every continent in the world except Antarctica. They are strong, efficient flyers and skilled at catching a variety of prey, from small songbirds to large ducks. This versatility allows them to live almost on any type of climate and habitat. Deserts, seashores, mangroves, wetlands, tundras, grasslands, dry forests, scrubland, and craggy mountains are places one might find a peregrine falcon. The most common factor among these different locations is the presence of good nesting habitat. These falcons like to nest in high cliffs, but in cities, peregrine falcons use tall buildings or bridges instead. As in many urban settings, a resident falcon family returns from migration each spring to raise their young on the ledge of a tall building in downtown Boise, Idaho. So you can find them anywhere. Your best bet is to play with a land. Your best bet is to play. Your best bet is to play with a land animal. Not an
Eurasian hobby.
Say what?
Look at this one. It's Eurasian hobby. It's a falcon. Just look up.
They're not ready for the dog. They want to deal with birds that fly all over the fucking world.
Do we do Anubis yet? No, we haven't done Anubis.
We did Anubis, you forgot, but we can do it again.
No, we didn't do Anubis because
okay, well, let's do it again. Let's do it.
No, I want to do my trees next. It's in the same Nomi or whatever that word is, but we're gonna go to Upper Egypt. And there's like sycamore trees or sycamore tree land when the sycamore trees are here.
Immortalized these falcons by depicting the god Horus was a peregrine's head. So that plumed falcon, I don't know where you got that plumed falcon from, but it's telling you that it's the bird me and Mo we were just talking about.
Which are in North America. I'm checking to see if they're in Africa because it doesn't sound like they would like that the terrain.
Put in origins of peregrine falcon.
The origins.
You tell me what it says. Because mine says it's in Eurasian Africa. I just put it on the screen earlier.
It says the most common in parts of the Appalachian Mountains and nearby valleys from New England south to Georgia, the upper Mississippi River Valley, and the Rocky Mountains. And then it comes again. It says America again. But up here it says, as the peregrine Falcon group include both the Old World and North American species, it is likely that the lineage originated in Western Eurasia or Africa.
Exactly.
But you're naming a whole group, though. You're not naming just the one bird, but when you go down into the next
the green is
it is likely. They didn't say it was. It is likely.
Okay, we're not worried about that because we never said that. We're just talking about people.
But what I'm looking at, it looks like it's from here.
Y'all don't play with indefinites.
Everybody is going to think it's from wherever they see it at. Look at the heat map. Look at the map.
I'm looking right here.
That's where they're located at.
It's a
Look at
whole
the map on the
group.
back.
That thing is a whole group, though. There's many different falcons that fit in that group.
So this is what I'm saying. You come up here trying to give us the evidence. And
It wasn't evidence. I wanted y'all to work it with me.
Okay,
how we
well,
working with you? You
it's
just
saying
said
where
But
it's at.
I know that one I just looked up when we got online when I saw that you
a
said the
whole
Egypt one.
group of
I just
falcons.
picked the first one that looked like
So we're
weird to
trying to
me.
depict
But
which
the tree one,
falcon
I
is
did research the tree
talking
one.
about. And they're telling us what falcon that they're talking about. But you said it was a plum falcon. He said it was another type of falcon. And they're telling us that this is the falcon that the Egyptian people were using. So now we're going to move on from that. And you said we're going through what tree now?
Sycamore.
And the sycamore trees in Egypt.
Yeah, it's on that Nomi thing again. But it's going to be Upper Egypt. On a dog cloud.
That's Anubis.
No, that's that damn husky. God, I don't like the dog.
It's a wolf.
An idiot.
It's a wolf, nigga. But
And like it
okay.
has no manners. It's just dopey and whiny sometimes. And loud. Yeah, just tell me, America. Tell me where you can find them in Egypt.
Are you trying to
Tell me
prove
where a sycamore
Egypt in
tree is in
America?
Egypt.
It says it exists all in Egypt, districts of the Delta, and upper, and also in the Oasis.
Tell me where there's one in Egypt.
I just hope
What?
it says the sycamore exists in all Egyptian districts of the Delta, Upper Egypt, also in the Oasis.
No, it doesn't. Hold on. Oops, I was about to do it here.
Or if we bring
I
no, we
studied
don't.
this one. I studied this one.
You're just gonna say no.
Say that again. I studied this one. So what's your source?
I'm just looking it up.
What did you put? What did you type?
So now I gotta
What
go
is
Where
to
the
did
name?
you type?
Okay, give us the binomial nomenclature of the sycamore tree that you're referring to that's native to America.
Give me the site.
researchgate.net.
No, hold on. We're not about to do it. That's out of
I
order. Give us
asked the question before you even came and asked your question.
just give me the sycamore tree. We don't have a tree for you. Just give us the sycamore tree you're referring to, because we could be talking about a different tree. Let's get that out the way first, because that causes confusion. Let's see what tree you're.
Just sycamore trees.
Look,
Period. Are
okay,
in the
well, I can
Americas.
tell you already there's
The
sycamore
other
trees
ones
in
are
Egypt.
hybrids.
There's sycamore trees in Egypt. Like, that's not a question. Give us the sycamore tree
Where's
you're
the one
talking
in
about.
Egypt and make sure it's not a hybrid because a lot of them are hybrid because they're native
There are
here.
multiple sycamore trees. That's like people saying that,
Make sure they're not hybrids because they're native here.
Okay, that's cool. So there's multiple sycamore trees,
Oh,
just like there's multiple weed plants.
Hybrid.
There's African weed plants, Jamaican weed plants, Indian weed plants. You can't just go, oh, well, weed was over here because we got weed over here. Oh, they got weed over there too.
So where was tobacco at?
No, we're not doing that.
Yes. So where was tobacco at?
No, we're talking about the sycamore. Give us the
But you're just
exact
talking about weed just now. So you're just
because
talking
I
about
gave you
weed right
because
now.
hold
So I'm asking you, where is tobacco from?
Wait. I gave you an example of how weed.
And I'm giving you an example.
No.
Yes.
I'm giving you the example so that you can show me the specific sycamore tree you're talking about. Not for you to give me another example. Because
I can give you an example too. You want to give me an example? You said it's all over the earth or whatever. I'm giving you an example too.
Okay,
Where's
I got
tobacco?
your example. So you still okay? So we both conclude with your example with tobacco and my example with the marijuana plant. You still need to give me the specific binomial nomenclature title of the sycamore tree you're talking about.
I'm talking about the sycamore tree. I don't care which one it is that come from here, as long as it's not hybrid.
Okay, well, I don't know what we're gonna do because there's all types of
Guys,
sycamore
guys,
trees.
guys, follow the corn. Follow the
I know,
corn.
yeah, the corn. Yes, the corn's here. And the Bible speaks of corn.
So follow the corn.
There's too many types of sycamore trees. You have to give me the
Yeah,
specific sycamore
this is
tree
the
that
It
you're
doesn't
talking
ficus.
about.
matter. I want the ones
The
that are not
ficus,
hybrid.
Well, we can't do nothing. You got it because I can.
And
I
they're
got to
all
use
over here.
methodology.
sycamore trees. I
I
can't
can't
get up.
use a method if I just
Somebody
deal
might
with
say
sycamore trees grouped up in one category. That's not going to work.
the ficus sycamore or sycamore fig, an
Sycamore.
ancient tree that's been cultivated in Egypt since the third millennium BC. The tree can grow to reach the height of 20 to 25 meters.
See, you're going backwards, Susan. She's supposed to present what sycamore tree she's talking about, and then we can see if that's the one the
I
Egyptians
just
were
told
talking
you
about.
I'm talking about all of them. This is like a fig tree. This is
So if
not,
you're talking about
this
all
is
of
a
them,
fig species. This is not even a sycamore tree. This is a fig tree.
I just said that.
so if you're
I
not
think it's
talking
like
about the
it.
same tree that
Then
they're
we're not.
depicting in Egypt, then this is not a conversation.
I'm talking
Just
about
like
any sycamore. Show me a sycamore that is not a hybrid that's out of the
Where
Americas.
where are you
It doesn't
seeing
matter which. It
hybrid?
doesn't matter which sycamore. Just show
you
me one
show us
that's
the
not a
sycamore,
hybrid that is out of the Americas. You won't find one because they come
you
from the Americas.
you show us the sycamore that's being depicted in Egypt that's actually in America. Give us the binomial nomenclature.
Like we're like
Y'all got the heater out there with y'all
Ficus
stuff?
Elazuus by Nicholas Tufus Thomas Shakespeare. Give us the name of that
I don't
specific
have to
tree
give
you're
you it.
talking
It's
about.
just this. It doesn't matter. Just
Well, then
any
don't give it to me
sycamore.
then. Then you don't have to give
No,
it
it
to us.
doesn't
Then there's
matter.
nothing. Then
Any
what are we talking
sycamore
about?
tree you're gonna find here. It doesn't matter which genius or any of that. It doesn't matter because they're all gonna be found in the Americas. It doesn't matter. You pick which sycamore you want. They're all found here.
No, but you're referring to one that has been depicted. So you get the image of that one
It
that's
just
being
says
depicted.
sycamore. It just says sycamore tree. So
Nope. Send me
sycamore
some
is
more then.
here. How are they using sycamore all the way in Egypt when it's here? And that's supposed to be the land.
Guys, there was black people in North America.
Can you give
Duh.
us where they're depicting the sycamore
The
tree at in
Vikings
Egypt?
took them to across the world.
If I can do this shit, we were doing it first.
Everybody was doing it.
No. It doesn't matter which sycamore.
All right. Well, that I mean, well, I
Because, I
can't say
mean,
nothing
that
about it
doesn't
then.
make
So,
sense.
so you
It
have
doesn't
it
matter
then.
because they all
You
come
got it.
from this side. So if you pick which one, it just says sycamore. So it doesn't tell me what genius and family or order or any of that it's in. Off
Okay,
the
is the
Nomi or
tree
whatever it's called.
what does the tree in that you're
It's
saying, what does the tree, I'm gonna find another way to do this. Let's see if this will work. The sycamore tree in America, what does it produce?
oh no, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, well, because if we're using the trees that they're depicting in Egypt, they produce something. There's
Where do you
the,
see that they produce something
the
in the text? The text.
yeah, but I want to see if this is the tree that you're talking about that's in America. If it's not the same tree, then it doesn't even matter what it produces.
Hold on, let me go
That's
there.
why the specific tree matters.
No, it doesn't because in the Nomi thing it didn't say a specific tree.
Well, they I would tell them the same thing if they were alive, that they need to be specific with what they're depicting. Because then you're going to have people in the future talking about sycamore, and then it's going to cover a whole category of trees. So
Which are
the
found where though?
the way out to get to a conclusion is to get to more details. If this tree is producing something that the Egyptians are not saying was being produced in their land with that same tree, then it's not the same tree. You just think it is because it says
Let me see.
sycamore.
So did the Egyptians say that their tree produced something?
What tree are you talking about?
It's the sycamore that's part of the lands that they named.
Okay, so there's a specific sycamore tree from the gnomes, right? Or the nomies
From the Numies, okay.
that you're talking about. What is there a picture of it where you can show us or that we can go to so we can see what's being produced on these branches?
Here, I don't think there's any pictures, but we'll see.
Because there's fruit being produced in the Egyptian sycamore tree.
Where do you see that at?
Doesn't matter where I see
Yeah.
it.
So you just looked up the tree it's not even a tree.
Look.
It's not a sycamore
There's
tree.
Yes, it is.
No,
It's a sycamore tree.
What is it called?
You're making the claim, so
What is it called?
It's a sycamore tree.
What is it called?
Guys. Look,
No,
the ones
there
that
is
are
no
from
guys.
Egypt are called, they're maple. They're maple colored. And they're called Acer pseudoplantanus. All the ones from America are different.
What do
There's
they
like a
produce?
whole-
Do you know what they produce?
Yes,
Are
they
they
produce.
are they in the sycamore family?
Yes, look, watch this. These
And
are
they
all the
produce
ones
what?
from Egypt.
And they produce what? What's the fruit they produce?
Well, some are fig.
Figs.
That's
Exactly.
not a
It says
sycamore
Some,
tree.
wait,
Go look
hold
at the
It
on,
says
G.
hold on,
No,
sycamore.
see,
Hold, stop. It
on.
no,
says
that's not.
sycamore
No, that's not
fig.
the same thing.
Yes,
That's the
it
one he
is.
just
It's
pulled
called a
up.
sycamore fig.
That's what he just pulled up. It's not a sycamore tree, though. Go look at the
Yes, they
genius, the
are.
class. Go look at the class and shit of it. No, it's not.
But they're different. Yes,
No, it's not.
There's three of them in Asia and Europe.
Okay,
No,
so
it's
And then
not.
all these are
this is
North
It's
all
not
you
a
America.
have to do.
sycamore tree.
All you have to do is give us what the nomies
And
were.
and those
Oh
and
my
that's not
God,
even
I'm
where
making it
Egypt
so
is.
easy for you.
Look at the
Just
lane where it says that it's not even where Egypt's at.
that's
He
cool.
wants you
So
to
give us
compare.
just give us the tree. Show us
Yeah.
the picture of the tree that they're depicting that doesn't have any
I don't know
figs
if there
on it.
is a picture of the tree.
So then what do we? What is this? They're just talking about it.
Yes,
I'm
they're
looking at
naming
it.
the
I'm looking
different
at it.
lands, and then the God said the lands are named after, or the personifications or whatever that they're named after.
Here, I found it, guys.
Okay, well,
Look.
I'm looking at Egyptian agriculture. This is their agriculture. This is what they produce. These are the type of trees they had. There's a sycamore tree there. There's
No, it's not a
watermelons.
sycamorous. It's a fig tree, and
Okay,
and
but
it's
it's a sick. Okay, so if I'm wrong, cool, I can concede to that. You have to show me that plant or show me that
not a
tree.
plant. It's a tree.
The
It
tree.
looks
Show me
red,
the
guys.
tree.
It looks red.
Show me the tree that is not a fig sycamore. It's just a regular tree that doesn't produce fruit, and they're showing it in Egypt, but it's actually in America. That's all you got to do, and the whole shit is over
Where
with.
does it say it produces fruit though?
You're not
It's a
counting
fig
that.
tree.
So that's I told you it's a sycamore fig.
No, it's not a sycamore. It's sycamorous, and it's a fig. It's not even the same thing.
Okay, well, I guess
I
it's
mean,
not. Then I don't know
this
what to
one
tell
has
you.
little balls, and they're picking them from the
It
tree.
doesn't matter if it's not the same thing. The tree over there in Egypt is a sycamore fig tree.
Let me see the picture again.
Look, they're picking it out of the tree. The dudes. Look over here too, and they're eating it,
Who
and
is
it's
it?
red.
Here, get closer.
I
Let
just
me see.
I just told you it produced fruit.
Let me look it up.
It's a big ass tree. How the hell you climb up a plant? Come on now. It's a
Who said you
sycamore.
climb up a
It's
plant?
because I don't understand why you're saying it's not a tree and it's clearly a fucking tree. And I'm looking at the Egyptian agriculture.
How did you
He's
look that
showing
up?
the picture. He's
I,
showing.
I
Just type
just
in
put it.
Egyptian agriculture sycamore, and you're going to see that it produces fruit. So I'm saying
No, I'm
if
asking
these,
him how he pulled up his pictures.
I
Oh, he
typed
probably
in
went to like images or something.
I put Sycamore Egypt artifacts
Okay.
and images.
Okay.
Yeah, they have papyrus art too.
20 meters tall. How the hell is that not a
Mm-hmm.
tree?
A meter
It's a
is what?
bit.
A meter is what?
That's
A little bit over 3 feet. So
it's a little bit.
60,
It's a
60
little
feet.
bit over a damn plant. I know that. It's a damn tree.
Okay, here we go.
Are these guayabas? Ah, I'm gonna start eating these.
It says this fig tree is native to Africa and also to be found in Lebanon, Cyprus, and in south of Arabian Peninsula.
They're in the same family. Ptah.
So we're doing the liquor ship again, trying to make a plant
The
fit
same thing we.
in another
The
region
same thing we
because
did
they
with the
want to
Beatles.
fit Egypt in America.
I mean, that's what your topic is, right?
Well, you just got
We did.
debunked on that, so now bring us something
No,
else.
not yet. Not yet.
Yeah,
Not
it
yet.
is because we're talking
Just
about
debunked it.
types of sycamores,
And
and
now,
you can't. You don't want to
now I'm looking
concede
for
to
the.
it.
Now I'm looking at those monkeys. I'm trying to see where those monkeys there.
What monkey?
The monkeys on the picture.
God.
No, I mean I'm going to investigate everything because anybody could have painted
Investigate
that
it.
picture and said that it was old.
You can say you can investigate everything, but y'all don't investigate Egypt being in America. Y'all just
That's
find
right. What do
shit
you
that
think I'd be investigating? I wouldn't
you're
be.
finding stuff that's similar
You know who started
and
that
saying,
rumor? The
aha.
Mormons.
No.
You
Nunaki,
gotta
stop.
show me the
Stop.
Okay.
No. Nunaki, we're waiting until Earth Speaks pull up, and we're gonna show him where it came from. We ain't letting that out yet. We want top. We want the top dogs running their mouth with 10,000 likes and shit. When he pull up, we're gonna show him where it came from. Since he got it
No,
from the ancestors and he made it up, we're gonna show him who started this rumor.
but somebody's going to say they started it. I mean, anybody can blame anybody for anything. Like where did they get the cocaine from? Where they get the tobacco from? In Egypt.
That's right.
Because they weren't talking about
Wait.
selling over
They
here or
had
trading over here at that time. Because that was way before they said Mansa Musa and them got on boats in the 1300s.
coca leaves.
Yes.
What? Now
He
that's
said,
pretty. I mean, that's comes from
I
one
don't have a
place.
problem with that. That just
There's
means
a
the
lower
timeline
Egypt.
was.
I believe there's a lower
That
Egypt and an
doesn't
upper Egypt.
that doesn't put Egypt in America because the
I think
timeline
what
goes
there was
back.
the land it was something of two lands. I think it was the lower Egypt was like the southern hemisphere, and there was a wait, upper was the southern hemisphere, and lower was the northern hemisphere. Other way around, sorry. And I think that there was two Memphises. I think there was the Egypt there and the Egypt here, and then I think there was two.
mm-hmm. And the
So where
Memphis
was
y'all keep
Greece?
talking about was created in 1818.
No.
Yes,
No, because
Andrew
there is
Jackson.
structures
Eh,
over here that are
Okay,
older than your funky ass pyramids over there.
okay,
They
so
might
that's
not
cool.
be the right pyramid, they're step pyramids, whatever,
Okay,
but
who
the
gave
whole
the
thing
dates?
is
Who gave the
they're
dates?
older than yours.
Who gave the dates?
The same people that gave you the dates for yours.
Exactly, and those same people push the dates back further. The dates are not even the same anymore.
It doesn't matter if the stuff that you're finding is older than the ones in Egypt.
It does
So now
matter.
it don't matter if the structures is older because y'all trying to
It
take
does matter because if
you're
they're
trying to
older,
take
that means
every single civilization in
your
America
pyramid's not the
into America.
oldest.
It's like every time I start talking, you just start talking. So go take over the show.
Okay.
It's the Kenya show with your special guest, Mo Fax.
You guys are doing is you're trying to take every single civilization in any type of America and say we're these people. African people are not doing that.
First of all, did I say that we were those
Yes,
people?
you said we have.
I'm not saying you're it. You are from that Egypt, and I'm from this Egypt.
I'm not from that Egypt.
You're from that Egypt. You say you're from Africa, so you're from that Egypt.
We have structures over here in America that are older than those ones in Egypt. That's cool.
You are from that Egypt, and I'm from this Egypt. So you have an Egypt, I have an Egypt. You can have Egypt, and we have Kemet.
Its writing system predates any writing system over here in America.
Writing system. We spoke with telepathy.
I don't give a shit about that. You can't.
We read each other's minds.
They said they can have Kemet and we can have Egypt, but you're the one who has Egypt because you have the Greek renditions of the people who of that land originally.
No.
Yeah, it is. So why do you keep saying Memphis?
Let's look at your pictures. Let's go look on your wall and see which people are they depicting, because they have a black man, like a black dark man. They have a red man. They have like a yellow man. So let's see who they're depicting over there.
Yeah, they're showing you the different people that's in that surrounding area. They're not saying that those are the people who are ruling the land.
Who are the red people over there?
Show me the red people.
They're showing you the European. They're showing you the Hemite. They're showing you the Kemite. They're not telling you that that's the people who are ruling the land.
Who has all those people over who has all those people in their land?
How do you think you got the name Egypt in the first place?
It's from the Greeks.
Okay. So they're depicting the people that they see.
Where's the name Memphis from?
Memphis, I don't know. I know that's not an African word.
No, it's not an African word.
Not that word, but it's a translation of an African word.
What's the African word?
Memphis is Greek too. So if Egypt is in America, and you don't know that, so you ain't studied enough.
What?
Yes, Memphis is a Greek word.
I know it's a Greek. All the words are Greek. What are you talking about? Either Coptic or Greek.
I just asked you, and you didn't know. Now you know.
Either Coptic or Greek. Like your Kemet, that's Coptic.
Wow. It's not. You can trace Coptic all the way back to the demonic.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Kemet is Coptic.
You can trace the word Kemet back to the demonic.
The Kemet is Coptic.
KMT.
Okay, that's not Kemet then. You gotta do the sound, because that's not Kemet.
It's Kemet.
No, it's not. That's Coptic.
It gets added vowels.
It's Coptic.
It's demonic.
It's demonic.
It don't even matter. You got to show me the languages over here. Can you show me Herodic, demonic, and Coptic over here?
I told you we read each other's minds.
Coptic.
So therefore, it didn't come from y'all. Y'all just making up
We still read each other's minds.
Okay, Kemet comes from. No, let's not jump off into the moon bounce. Kemet is a name that came from trying to give respects back to the ancient name that the Kemites used. So we already have these vowels and stuff put into the language, right? That gives it more of a stretch phonetically. So they're saying they see the KMT and they're saying Kemet instead of saying Kemi. That's Coptic. The Coptic is Kemi. It's Keme.
No, it's not.
Oh my goodness. Why did I study all this shit? For nothing?
Yeah, for nothing.
Let's pull it up. Why in the world do we get done like this? Did y'all do this to the people that gave it to you?
Nobody gave it. Nobody gave it.
It is because y'all just took. I know you from a couple of months ago. You wasn't even on that. So somebody told you this recently, and you just took it and ran with it. And
nobody told me nothing. Why does somebody always have to tell me anything?
Everything I'm saying.
Why does everybody have to tell me something? I have my own fucking mind. I march at the beat of my own fucking drum. I stand alone. Nobody tells me fucking nothing. I don't need
You
nobody
right
telling
about
me
that.
shit because I don't believe
You right.
anybody. I don't believe
You don't.
anybody. I
They don't
don't.
tell you nothing. You right.
You
They
just
don't.
messed
They ain't
up
say
on our
shit.
whole sycamore
Okay,
tree shit.
so the etymology of the word Kemt in Egypt. One of the native names for ancient Egypt was Kemt, KMT. This is one of the survived renditions into Coptic as Kemi, Keme, or Zemi, Xemi. The etymology of this word is generally understood as the meaning of the black one.
That's not what I have here.
I don't care what you have. I'm just showing
So
you
yours
that
is more important than
The
mine.
Coptic doesn't say the Coptic language doesn't have Kemet in it. So it said it survived into the Coptic language. One of the native names of ancient Egypt was Kemet or Kemt, KMT. But it survived into the Coptic and it came as Kemi. So Kemet can't be native to the language Coptic. That's not possible.
And
And what does it? What does Kemet mean, Kenya?
black land.
The land of the blacks, also.
Black
It's
So
where
land.
when
it's.
is the
Oh, this
Akashic
is what I'm
Records
saying.
guy coming?
You think you know everything, and I'm getting it straight from the people who read the glyphs.
It
You
says
don't read
black
the glyphs.
land, right?
Nobody you know reads the glyph. It means black land and black people. It's
So it means
interchangeable.
so I said black land.
So show me that over here in America.
Show me where it says black people.
Show me that over here in America.
Show me where it says black people.
I'm still waiting for Kemet in the Coptic language. Let's not
Let me go to the etymology.
detour off of that. Like
Okay, let me
Kemet
see.
is not in the Coptic language. It's Kemi or Zemi. The KMT was
Mm,
people trying to show respect to the original name, so they said
okay.
Kemet and put the T on it
Evolve.
because it was KMT. In the Coptic, as it survived, it was
Let's look at it.
Keme. There was no T on it.
Which website did you use? Because it's not on my etymology website. You just pulled up Egypt when I put Kemet in. Here it is. Let's see. Strictly one of the names of Memphis. It was taken by the Greeks as the name of the whole country. The Egyptian name Kemet means black country, possibly in reference to rich
This is
fertile
from the
soil.
book.
The Arabic is Mizraim, the name of the son of the biblical Ham.
This is Edfu, Ed E, Chassinet T, 6, Cairo, 1931, page 200,
Oh,
comma 86.
I didn't hear it. Can you tell it to me again?
Edfu, EDFOU,
Uh-huh.
comma,
Comma.
ED,
ED.
period,
Mm-hmm.
capital E,
Capital E.
period,
Period.
Chessinat,
Uh-huh.
CHASSINAT,
M-A-T. Okay.
N as in Nancy,
Nancy. Oh,
yeah, comma, T,
hold on.
period,
N-A-T, comma, T, period,
6, comma,
6, comma,
Cairo, CAIRO,
C,
comma,
uh-huh.
1931,
What?
comma,
1931, comma,
P for page, dot, 200, comma, 86.
86. I'm scared to push it. Is it a journal from Chicago?
Yeah. Considering that it says page 200, it could be a journal that was later made into a book,
Um,
but that's a lot of pages. So it's not
I
just the
just
paper.
I only have two choices, and I don't know if they're it, and they're both from Chicago.
Yeah, that's good. It should be good.
But I don't know if it's it. I don't see anything that looks like it's
It
it.
doesn't matter. It's still a source, and it's going to take you into more details. These are the people who sourced this information and used it in their writing.
But I don't think this is right. Oh, it does say Egypt. Hold on. You said page 200, right? There is no page 200.
What site are you on? You
It's
probably don't
the
have access.
University of Chicago Press Journals.
What's the title?
Nah, Earth
Um,
Speaks is not Sarah Seti. Earth Speaks don't want Sarah Seti to even get in this because he's gonna kill whatever talking points he got. Because Sarah Seti is basically the godfather. He's the 7-star general of this shit.
he's your god.
He's not my god. I don't get my information from Sarah Seti. My day was alright. I get my information from Smash Rockwell, also known as Jonathan Owens.
I would say he sounds like a reliable source.
Yeah,
Smash. How do you
I
spell the
get
Kimmy?
his name is Jonathan Owens.
Kimmy.
Come on.
Keme.
M-E. Okay. And put Coptic. Coptic. Because I'm not seeing it on the other way. Coptic language. Word for Egypt. K with a little H-E-M-I or K-E-M-E. Afro
or
Asiatic.
X or XEMI.
I got X-H-M-I or K-H-M-E. Okay, let's see.
But the T, when you see anything with the T, is going to the native name, not how the name transitioned over time into other languages.
So that's with languages?
The Coptic that you're talking about, that Kemet is not found. That Kemet is
I know,
not
but
in
you
the
said when I
Coptic
see the
language.
letter T, that goes back to the native, right?
Right.
Is that with like every, like, is that like a rule of thumb or something?
What do you mean a rule of thumb?
Like if I see a T on like Kemet, and you said the T goes back to the native, so that means it goes back to what the Kemites.
No, I don't know who Top Cat is.
No,
I
I'm
heard
saying
something.
that when they started adding the T to it, that's because they were going back to KMT to pronounce it the way and put it back in its proper position. So it's not a rule of thumb. It's just showing respects to how the people pronounced that name when they figured out, like, oh shit, the Egyptians ain't even the native people. It ain't even called Egypt. Oh shit. And they're trying to put it back in its proper context because they figured out what the Greeks did.
And they didn't have vowels, right?
No.
Because it's kind of like the Christ, but it was with the K-R-S-T.
No, hold on. Let me look him up.
Yeah, you can say that.
It's kind of like in the Bible where they took out all the vowels, right?
No, I think they already had vowels by the time they had the Bible.
But like the YHWH.
Yeah, but they didn't back. That's going back to just manuscripts and different priests who had certain scrolls and shit. That's not. There's no Bible at that point. But yeah, if you want to count those Judaic scripts in their literature, and it was in a proper
I mean,
context, yeah, they didn't have
I'm
that
not
many
gonna listen
vowels.
to them the indigenous. Listen to none of them indigenous motherfuckers on YouTube.
So I guess I can concede about the Kim then. It's not Coptic. Kimmy's Coptic.
Bow down. We're great. You're nothing.
Shut
Are
up.
you African now?
No, I'm not African.
All right, okay. Oh shit. Get back on the operating table. Come back. Come back. No, play.
No, I'm not African. I mean, not yet. I might be, but I haven't. Mm-mm.
No, you ain't gotta. You don't have to be African, but we
No,
just got. We
I
gotta.
mean,
We
I
just
just,
gotta respect each other's history. That's all it is. As long as we
Yeah,
can respect each other's history, then
I'm
we
dealing
good.
with past trauma with Africans right now.
they want to bring Egypt in America, and they can't get past this shit.
There's two Egypts. I
It's
just
not.
told you.
It's not.
Before PNG, there were two lands.
All right. Now
One included North America, and the other one down included
what this say?
Africa. They came together and made Pangea.
What this say?
Huh? The two lands? I could spell it for you.
There was no Egypt in America before 18.
There was two Egypts. Lower, upper, two Memphis, the two Egypts.
You see,
Pyramids here, pyramids there. There was two. The animals are here, the animals are there.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Sure.
How did they get the Akkadians, the Syrians, the Herodians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Sumerians, the Babylonians, the Greeks? How did they get all of these people to lie and say that they were dealing with these Egyptians in their lands, in the Mediterranean, in the Levant area, in Mesopotamia?
Really, we don't know where we are, really.
I got that. That's cool. But I want to know, how did all of these nations, how did they convince them to lie and say that they were dealing with them over there instead of all the way over here in America? How did they do that? That's a lot of writing. That's a lot of records. And we're talking about records being dug up still to this day. We was just on here earlier trying to find one point that correlated with what we were talking about, and we still found more people smuggling things over here with Greek inscriptions on it. In 2022, they're still bringing this shit over here.
I wonder what's going on in the Grand Canyon.
Okay, we go to
You trying to teleport?
Say what?
Kenya, you ready? Look up Memphis, Tennessee, and Memphis, Egypt, a collection of connection. And you tell me what it says. Because they're going to tell you the reason why they call Memphis, Tennessee is because they're naming it after Memphis in Egypt.
Yeah, they can say whatever. Who are they?
So you only want to believe the information when it's in your favor.
First of all, I got to see who the source is, and I got to see it.
Did you say the same thing when you heard about Egypt in America?
Nope.
What about Egypt in America?
Did you respond the same way? Nah, I need to see a source. Who said that? Who is they? They could be lying. Did you say the same thing to them?
Yeah, because I wanted to make sure that if it's truth or not. I didn't just say, "Oh, yeah, Egypt's in America." I didn't just jump on it like that.
And they gave you a sycamore tree, and it wasn't anything specific.
No, it wasn't even a sycamore tree. It was the fact that it's the fact that the oldest trees are in this land. The fact that the oldest structure is over here. The fact that
So the fact that the oldest tree is over here means that Egypt was over here first.
That
And
doesn't
then the
make
fact
sense.
that I look at the
The,
attraction of the people that are over here opposed to over there, even there,
the,
and like copying the styles and everything of the people over here. It's just I'm looking into.
Because we the New Age Africans. That's
No,
why.
we
where
are
you been
not
at, Jay? What's good, Jay?
New Age.
That's one of my day ones right there.
We're ancient.
Jay been on a hiatus.
No. I'm
And
gonna
they
read
try to
this.
fool you and make you think that Africa's
Bible
separate from them
talks
other
that
countries, and they're not. It's one big ass fucking
specifically
supercontinent.
that the Chickasaw land was purchased by Jackson. The Jackson purchased 1818. And it says the modern city was founded in 1819 and named Memphis. The name was chosen because of the ancient city of Memphis in where? Egypt.
Okay, first of all, um,
Come on, hurry up and think about something to say. Get it out.
I don't even think it was called Memphis at first. It was called Menefer, wasn't it?
I don't care what you think. It comes from the Chickasaw people.
But I'm just
And
asking,
they
wasn't
renamed the land.
wasn't it not even called Memphis at first over there?
I know what it's called. You want me to tell you what it's called?
Menefer or something like that, right?
There you go. So why where you get
Okay, on
where you
point.
get
Okay,
when I tell you
How
I
you
told
know
you it
that
was
though?
Greek.
How you know that and
And
still come to the same
you said
conclusion?
Memphis is I don't know what Memphis is. And I said Memphis
because
Greek. You said,
it's
yeah.
just Memphis or Menefer.
So you show me Manefra over here in America and I'll shut the fuck up.
It's Memphis. Mhm.
Nope.
No. Show me that.
That's what
Show me
Memphis.
This
That's
Manefra.
what Memphis means. It's
No, you
Menefer,
just
same
think you're
thing.
saying Egypt because that's Greek.
And Menefer is not.
Memphis is Greek.
And Menefer doesn't look like it's Egyptian.
You
so
about to
the Greeks.
bury
So do
yourself.
you? Okay, so Kenya, do you agree that the Greeks made their own rendition?
I don't know what they did. I
There
wasn't
was a
there.
name. There was a name before, and the Greeks have their own version. When they say Osiris, they say
That
Isis.
was
They
known as
say Horus. They say Memphis.
MHW.
They say Egypt. That's all Greek, right?
It was known as MHW.
Okay, but answer the question. All those names are Greek. Those names and titles are Greek, right?
Everything is Greek.
Okay, so the Greeks got that from where? They just made it up?
Made up what? Menefer?
No. That
Memphis?
no. Memphis. Where did they get the name Memphis from? They just made up Memphis?
I
They
don't
just
know where they got it from. Not from Egypt because that's not an Egyptian word. It said it's known as MHW. Maybe that was the Egyptian word, MHW.
no, because Egyptian is Greek. That's what I'm saying. If
Well,
the
whatever
it,
Egypt's original name was.
right, but if we're only talking in the context of Greek, just like when we talk about the Bible, we're only talking about the context of English and Latin and Greek.
In
When we
Hebrew,
get into the Hebrew and the Aramaic, people
which is
start getting
Greek.
quiet.
Hebrew is
Just
Greek.
okay, but okay, so Phoenician.
That's Paleo Hebrew.
No, it's
No, it's
not.
older.
No, it's
It's
not.
older
It's
than
Phoenician. That's their way of making it
Proto-Canaanite.
seem. That's their way of making it seem like Phoenician is I mean, the Hebrew language is older.
So is
They
it Paleo? So is it Proto-Canaanite?
no, it's Phoenician.
That they had a language? I thought they just had an alphabet.
Okay, so with the alphabet, who uses the
what are they
Phoenician
using the
alphabet?
alphabet for?
I don't know.
They go, well, who? So people just create alphabets for
So
nothing.
and
They just make alphabets for nothing. Then we stop being so argumentative.
I don't know. I don't know why the fuck they need letters.
Make
Look at these symbols, aren't they cool? Yeah, I want some too. We just niggas passing around alphabets and shit for nothing.
alphabet soup.
Come on now. The Phoenicians gave the Greeks their alphabet.
The Phoenicians is the Ethiopians.
And what do they say the Phoenicians was?
The Ethiopians.
Canaanite.
Okay, and what do they? Oh, so if the Phoenicians are the Ethiopians, and they're saying that the Phoenicians are the Egyptians, I mean that would make the Ethiopians what?
I heard they were the Egyptians.
There you go. So now you got to show me them over here, because
Yaju Judah.
they Africans though.
Yaju Judah.
Yaju Judah.
He's from Baton Rouge.
Yaju Judah is shit.
Those people do not have any languages. No Canaanites, no Greeks, no who else you get? The Hebrew languages. All of those things do not exist without dealing with the original
I'm
alphabet.
going
Even that
to
little
I'm going to withdraw out of this battle right now. But y'all won the battle, but I'm gonna win the war.
Now you're not gonna win the war. Just keep pushing back.
ain't no
You win
battle.
the battle. I'm admit right now you won the battle.
But
I'm going to win the war.
So until you can see.
I'm going to win the war.
We wanted your big homie to pull up.
I don't fuck with that nigga.
That man said,
Shit, too late for that.
No,
You already in the car. When that shit gets Swiss cheese, you just
who?
in
I'm
it.
not in
You
the
in
car
that.
with him. I'm riding by myself.
Nah, you don't know you still in the vehicle.
I'm not in his. No, I'm not with him.
He got you in the back with the child lock on. You stuck.
Please.
You stuck. You can't even get out the car. That shit about to get Swiss cheese.
Mm-mm.
With the music up.
yeah, he gave you the template, and now you ain't messing with the big homie. That's messed up.
Who gave me the template? I gave him a bunch of stuff that I found. The cocaine thing, that was me.
Yeah,
And
guess
off
what?
on the plug twice.
I do this, right? The cocaine was found in several monies, and you know what the consensus is on that?
Who cares?
That
They weren't there. They were getting high.
that's what I'm saying. So
They was getting high. How do you think they reached those higher elevations?
But still let him say what he's saying
It's
though.
okay for you to use the information of the cocaine and the nicotine in the Egyptian
And they
money.
smoke the cigarettes
But
because after you
I
do
can
coke, you
tell
want to
you
smoke
why
a bunch of cigarettes.
got it. You don't care why it's there.
Let him finish what he's saying.
I'm done. I'm done talking.
And she said, she see that was a trick. She was like, I concede, I'm done. And she want us to turn around and get comfortable, and she's about to stick it in the
You
back.
have you have Egyptologists, and it's a female, and I keep forgetting her name. She says, and she has other Egyptologists backing her, that they are trying to push the date back of the people over here on this land and the Egyptians trading things with each other. And they said the big wigs don't want to push the date back because they don't like to rewrite history. They're not saying that they're the same people. And then
They
the
like to
other,
wait till
they have certain plants that are similar to the cocaine. It's the different variation in nicotine also.
You'll get high off the South
She
American
says,
cocaine.
no, this is what she said. She said her conclusion is that they were trading with each other at an earlier date than what people think.
Way earlier.
It don't matter if you find was it hit the 50,000 where you find these 50,000-year-old bones at, bro? Just because you found 50,000-year-old bones
I'm
don't mean
50,000 years old.
those 50,000-year-old bones older than the bones in Egypt. Don't worry, I'll wait.
And they haven't translated anything. None of these tablets.
Who's they? If they haven't translated any tablets, so you saying they ain't translate the Meta neither?
Nope, that's the main one I'm talking about.
Okay, so if that's the case, then y'all don't say Egypt's in America because it ain't been translated. So you don't know what none of the names is.
I sure don't.
That
Egypt
just
don't even exist.
you're just defeating yourself.
Egypt don't even exist.
Yeah, well, that's to you. Bro, are you trying to say that the oldest bones of humans they found is in America? Because if that's what you're trying to say, you're gonna have a hard time proving that. Anthropology is not on your side.
I'm Eve. I've been here since the beginning of the Bible. I haven't died.
Yep, you've been around that long. We got the Eve story from Pandora.
From Pandora.
Yeah, you ain't never heard the story of Pandora? She opened Pandora's box. You never
Oh, I
heard
didn't
that?
know all that. Who's Pandora?
You could go look at the Greek story of Pandora's box, and you're gonna see where they get the Eve story from.
There was a swingers club in Dallas called Pandora's.
Child of the Sun, you mixed everything, bro.
Yeah, it's 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm about to get on off here and go
And
lay
I
down.
had to clean up the garage.
You was out partying and shit. Child of the Sun was out kicking it.
Out cheating on me.
Oh, he met him a little honey.
I,
Okay, bro, just to answer the question. Good money, Los. Are you trying to say that the oldest bones we found of human are in the Americas?
Who's I'm gonna take a
I
screenshot.
just need a yes or no. I don't need to go to a website.
Yes, that's what he's saying.
But he's gonna have a hard time proving that.
He just gave you the website.
That's what I'm saying. You'll give me a website, then I give you 4 or 5 websites to just prove that because I'm dealing with.
He hasn't even tried it yet.
Thank you, bro. Well, the
Thank
next
you.
song, the next song we spitting the block on is Egypt in America. Then and he can
Thank
pull up.
you.
Everybody can pull up. We
Thank
can have
you.
a big powwow. Then I'm just gonna turn off the lights on y'all. Y'all be all right. I'll leave one light on. I won't
You
do
don't
nothing.
need to leave no lights on. I'm coming in there in all black anyway.
This man made a claim. He went to the Philadelphia Museum, Penn Museum. He saw a statue, and he said that this is a statue that they found in Memphis,
I heart
Tennessee.
messenger, come here for a minute.
And then the original statue that he showed was not that same statue, and he didn't even show y'all the nameplate of the statue or what the statue was saying.
Mm-hmm.
It showed y'all the statue. Who does that? When you go into a museum, it has the history of the statue that you guys are looking at.
Thank you.
You said, yes, look, I found it. That's it.
You don't understand, Susan, because you're not opening your mind.
Uh,
You have to
no,
open your mind. Listen. You have to open your mind into what you really are. And you're sitting here letting the world, which is their education, their sources, lead you. You have it in you already.
he's using the same educational sources that I'm using.
It's the Rockefeller educational system. It's no bueno. It teaches you to be
That
a slave,
right here. Yeah, I see that piece
physical
of
slave, and a slave of the mind and
you
spirit.
guys see that piece of paper in front of the statue. That's telling you the historicity of the statue, and he didn't have enough guts to
I
even
know
go.
he wasn't trying to compare that Sphinx to the one in Egypt.
No, he's saying that he's saying that this is the one they found in Memphis, Tennessee, and then they moved it to Philadelphia. And I have the record. I have the record showing that they moved this thing from Egypt. You guys can look up the letter from Sir William Matthew Flinders Petries and a dude named Byron Gordon. Byron Gordon is the dude of the Penn Museum where this statue was located, and he was the one that bought it to bring it over here. They have letters between Flinders Petries and Byron Gordon on the matter. They also have news articles, and then not only do they have that, let me bring it back so I can show y'all so you won't think I'm just making up shit, talking out of my ass. I'm going to show y'all the book before I jump off. Get that book. The Sphinx That Traveled to Philadelphia. Everything I'm talking about is in this book. If you don't believe me,
It has
can
0 ratings. It's
you
not a
can
good
call
book.
the museum right now. Well, not now because they closed. Call them at after 8 and ask to talk to the Egyptologists that are in that department and ask them about the Sphinx that they moved over there in 1913. And she'll tell you all about it. Not only will she tell you about it, her husband will tell you about it. He just shows y'all shit, and then people fall in love with it.
I don't ever see it.
And as you can see,
I think he got me blocked.
I've been live since 11, and he ain't pull up. This ain't the first time I done tried to get him to pull up. He ain't pull up because I don't want to deal. I don't want him to deal with no moving the goalposts. You need to show me the stuff about this red bath salt slab statue that they found in Egypt.
Egypt don't even exist. This world doesn't exist.
He needs to bring it up.
We're sitting in empty space right now.
I don't want him to give me no feel good. I'm not talking about no plants. I'm not talking about them. This man said that over there in Egypt, they weren't cultivating land. They weren't harvesting anything. He said that's later in our time. And you can go look in Seti's tomb. You can go look in, not even Seti's. You got more people than Seti. And you can go look into their tombs. And there's some of those temples over there. And you're going to see them cultivating the land. So you can see that they were harvesting stuff during BC time. The dude doesn't know what he's talking about because he told y'all he doesn't read books.
We're all going to probably be unalived, y'all. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's right, bro. It was the universe. Everybody went to Kemet to learn.
I am Kemet. I thought my name was Kenya. It's Kemet.
He got almost 5,000 likes on that. I'm going to show y'all what it is. He almost got 5,000. So y'all won't think I'm making that up neither.
Who?
Your ex-boyfriend.
And it's not my ex-boyfriend.
He got close to 5,000 likes. And he is happy as shit over this statue. And he know that's not the first or the second statue that he showed.
Let him be happy.
No, I'm not doing. I told
Don't
him.
rain on his parade.
I tell everybody, as long as he keeps saying Egypt's in America, I'm gonna keep coming for his ass.
Egypt's wherever he wants it to be.
And I'm not. Can you stop trying to say this? He gonna get this work.
That is not important. What is important is getting our people together, and that's causing division.
He started it.
And you finish it.
Because now I'm the TikTok bully now. I don't care, bro. I didn't start it. Why I always gotta humble myself to end beef, and I'm not the person that started it. I didn't start the beef with the indigenous community. I started it with him.
I hate chocolate ice cream. I'm more of a vanilla type of ice cream.
Max forgot to show up, and I ain't even got no animosity toward him. He just needs to apologize. If he ain't apologizing, I ain't fucking with him neither. The EBI, Max forgot. Hey, matter of fact,
Let him live.
forgot and the Earth Speaks can get on the same
You're
live.
being very low vibrational right now.
I'll smash Max forgot,
I
and
think
then
we need to meditate.
He needs to stop trying to move Egypt out of Africa and into America.
But where is Africa? We really don't know. We could be in Africa now.
What it was is he fell in love with Egypt, so he had to move Egypt out of Africa because he still wants to be indigenous.
He's not indigenous. His mama's white.
He
So
thinks
he's white.
he's an he is an indigenous Egyptomaniac. He don't want to accept it.
Let him be.
I ain't letting him be. I'm not letting him be or any other indigenous person that's trying to move Egypt out of Africa. I want to smoke with them all. So if all of them is agreeing with the shit he's pushing when it comes to Egypt and Africa, then you tell them set up the time, the date, the place.
That's not my man.
We can get off this app and we can go to another app and we gonna pull up sources. And it ain't gonna be no, oh, you can't trust this, you can't trust that. That's the way men this. No, we're not doing none of that shit. We're gonna deal with sources. We can bring these sources, peer reviewed articles and
That's
books.
not fair.
It
That's your
is
boy.
fair.
That's not fair.
It is fair. It's a debate. You gotta prove your source in a debate.
Let him be.
No,
We got bigger fish to fry.
I
He
don't have
popped up in our
I don't have
shit. We wasn't even talking about that. He brought
When
it
he did
up.
it recently?
Yeah, he did it earlier this week. This video earlier this week, like
Oh
Tuesday.
no, the video, or did he come into your live? Don't let
Did
him
you
bother you.
subscribe? Did you go to Suitin? Did you go to Suitin on YouTube? Here we go.
Who,
It's up
me?
there. All the clip is clips up there in a whole 4 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours. It's up there. It's uploaded. And you can see the topic start off with what we talking about and somebody pop in and talk about some other shit. And we keep trying to get from it and they keep pulling us back into it. So we like, fuck it.
Let's be better people.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about
We
him being indigenous. I don't care about no
we
black
now
person.
look, now look, we ain't gonna lie and act like we never heard the shit before, but we didn't know it was this extreme. We didn't think it was a topic that we needed to touch.
Everything is extreme these days.
We definitely heard it before.
Everything's times 100 these days.
Yeah, I was
Yeah, but that
watching
don't mean
some of
we
that.
started it. That's not something that
I
we
didn't say
talk
you
about like,
started
hey,
it, but I
yo.
said you finish it.
No,
Just let it be.
was that the case against the case for Christ or that thing that was. Let me pull it up on my phone so I can tell y'all.
Because I really could care less if Egypt is there or here. All I know is we need to get together.
That ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, what's that negative attitude
We
that's on?
already together. We together, and then y'all keep on
Oh,
going to the moon
y'all,
bounce.
don't point the finger at yourself, not me.
And
Yeah,
now
it's
y'all be
called.
running to the moon
It's
bounce.
called
We like, yo, where they
Let us
going?
bounce on the moon.
Child of the Sun. It's called BMS was in the building. Mo Buck and Susan featuring Angel.
See, 3 men again. No, no feminine energy, just like the Bible.
He
And
went to
y'all
the moon
watch.
bounce.
What you talking about? You was
I
on
went
the
to the
one.
moon bounce.
You no matter of fact, you in a couple of them. You in some of
Yeah,
those
from
videos.
a lot of them. This was
You in
for
some
your
of them. You
indigenous
just drifted
part.
off. If you go
This
back a
way,
little bit, you in them too.
right? This is way before your indigenous parade.
I feel like ever since I went the indigenous route, y'all have shunned me.
No, it ain't got nothing to do with you. It's just the information. You
I
didn't
don't see no
create the
one pulling up
information.
anymore.
You didn't create it. Just like if we talking to A Train, we not really talking to him. He's the one that's speaking from the script that somebody else had. So it looks like we talking to him and his own personal being, and we talking about the information he regurgitating. So this we know you ain't create this shit. You wasn't sitting in your room like, yeah, I'm about to make myself indigenous to America. Egypt is over. You ain't come up with that. That existed before we even met you. We already heard about that, and you was a Hebrew Israelite.
No, I'm talking about the change.
You
Like, I don't feel the love from you guys anymore.
Then how you up here talking? You up here talking,
Because
somebody
the
else would have
subject
already been
was
out of here.
about America being in Egypt or Egypt being in America. And I didn't see no one else getting up here.
Hey, Kenya, look, check this out. Look, I'm gonna show you how this is delusional. You came up here and blocked other people that was on our side off the live, and you stayed up here.
How did I block them?
We had to tell you to let them come back.
Who?
You you be up here blocking
Oh, you
people
talking about, man,
that's
he was
agreeing with
disrespecting
us.
us.
Like, come on,
He
man.
was disrespecting us. It was
Come on now.
three women up there, and he wasn't listening. He was 18, and he needed to be put in his place.
No, you can't do that. You don't do that
I
to
was going to
your.
bring him back.
Don't do that to young
Student Plus, you were
people.
supposed to stay looking down anyway. You
You
looked
can't,
up too fast.
you can't block the Pan Africans when they come up. If you gonna do that, you gotta block the indigenous.
No, because he was not being nice.
Oh, y'all team, y'all
But we're
indigenous.
cool now. He would never get blocked. We're cool now.
Because
That
sometimes
brought us closer together. Now when we go into lives, we we're
man,
cordial. So
I got blocked by Atwater today. I asked
um
Joel, I said, Joe, ask him if he's the Messiah. And he read my comment and blocked me.
He, he, I seen that shit before he deleted it. He had a couple videos on TikTok and YouTube saying he was the Messiah. He deleted all that shit, had me sitting there looking stupid. I'm in Facts for God live, talking, drops live, talking to yo, this dude the Messiah. I don't know what you're talking about, Mo. You know he got that calm,
serial killer.
monotone, yeah, serial killer voice. Mo, I don't know what you're talking about. So what we need to do is we need to focus on the understanding of spirituality to get the understanding of the mind, and we all get together and we know the truth and the righteousness, and that's how we should live. What do you guys think about that? I don't know what Mo's talking about. The Messiah is the Messiah. I am Aquawater, and I don't know. He just, I'm like, bro, I heard what you said. You
Yeah, he
said,
said it one time when I think we went in there.
yo, he had a whole introduction. He said, I'm here now. Like he wasn't even coming like I'm gonna need. He like the word. He said, the suffering is over. I came to wipe the tears. Like he had a whole romantic introduction, and that video is gone. I went to his page. I'm scrolling, looking. I was like, oh shit, he removed it. But I made him admit it on. I think I can't remember whose live that was, but he was like, I said, yo, bro, why are you playing? Right? If you about the truth and you telling the truth, you know that you got to admit that you said you was the Messiah, you Jesus Christ return. So I said, you going to sit here and make me look like I'm lying and I'm supposed to be a non-believer? If I'm the evil one and I'm telling lies, what is the, I'm telling the truth right now. So you can discard everything else I'm saying, but right now you know damn well that you said you the Messiah and you here to help these people out and wipe the tears from their eyes. You have returned. Your worries are over. And he said, well, who do you think I am?
I'm the Messiah.
That's it. He flipped the script. Was like, who do you think I am, Mo? I'm saying that you said that you was already the Messiah. Whether I believe you or not is not the problem. Then he said, "But do you believe that I'm the Messiah?" And that was it. You answered the question. If you even considering that, that's the end of it. That's how I caught what's his name? The dude that be wearing a cowboy hat, the Hebrew Israelite.
Hebrew Israelite. Oh, Ahia.
Ahia. Yeah.
What's his name?
King Ahia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a Messiah too. Caught him the same way.
His perm looked a little dry last time I saw him.
You got to pay attention to how these people be speaking, and you can catch it. You got some people who talk like they're teaching you righteousness and trying to, show you salvation, and then you got the people who saying like, "I'm home, Daddy's home."
I think Primordial is my favorite one. He has such spunk.
Yeah, I like him. He cool as fuck.
Mhm.
He was like, please don't make me a TikTok meme. uh, I'm about to be the Messiah too. I ain't got the energy for that shit.
Just like I told Buck, fuck it. You might as well. You might like it. Go ahead and get your feet wet.
You like splashy stuff. Yeah,
Mhm.
I got Primordial on my YouTube.
You
I'm
ain't. Hey, look. Hey, check this out. Hey, Suitin, you ain't got to give no sources. You can just speak all the knowledge you speak, and fuck your notes. Your notes can stay wherever you got them stashed at. You can fuck the links on your phone, all that. Just be up there talking, freestyling, and when they say, "Where's the source?" I am the source. That's all you got to do. Imagine how much work we can get done if we ain't got to pull up no sources or nothing. We ain't got to use no methodology. We just keep going off of conclusions.
Exactly.
We ain't gotta
Exactly.
say nothing. Just start talking. Cause I said
Exactly.
so, nigga.
Exactly. Yes. Be free. I know I'm getting sleepy too.
Sit down, go to sleep.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
laying
so
that.
much to pack.
You moving?
Yeah.
Don't come to Kansas.
Don't come where?
Don't come to Kansas.
Too late for that.
Nothing to do here.
Yeah, I'm coming to Kansas.
Don't do it.
They have oh, yeah, I have cute houses with the basements and they're finished too. And then they're cheaper than they are down here.
Yeah, they all ain't finished though. Nothing to lose.
The ones I saw were finished.
This one I'm looking at right now, this motherfucker toe up, incomplete.
And they still try
That's
to
what
charge.
we arguing over right now with the appraisal and shit. We arguing over the amount that needs to be included because you have to count a complete house. You can't count all of that shit on there and put it into the price if the basement ain't complete. So
Mm-mm.
we arguing back and forth on that. You got to make sure you have somebody that pull up and look at it.
Never go. I'll never move to Kansas City. Kansas City's trash.
I almost went there. He said, "No, whoa,
It's too many police that fuck with you there.
don't go
Oh
over
yeah, they
there."
seem like they die out there.
I would have got in trouble quick.
Yeah, Kansas don't do that. Kansas police, they only fuck with you over like expired tags, no life, no insurance and shit. You be driving and they be on the side of you. And you can't smell smoke. They won't even fucking pull you over.
And then I'm gonna hang out with my two very best friends.
No, we ain't fucking with you indigenous niggas.
What?
Shit,
See,
you
I
might
told
be
you you
going.
changed.
You, the unity conference is over, nigga. We going on a fucking dividing conference.
Why?
We got
You
we got some
indigenous
new
niggas
shit
gotta
brewing.
go right
Get your brochure.
to the left. We gonna put the spiritual motherfuckers in the middle. That's the
Yeah,
bump.
we got wings
Yeah,
now.
guns
You know how
ain't
they
out.
got the left wing and the right wing? We got wings. Y'all want to argue about birds and shit? Well, we got wings, and it's different feathers on each side of the wing.
So we gonna tell look, patience. You in charge of the spiritual motherfuckers. Alright? You keep the indigenous people away from us.
Don't see how we gonna have unity.
And we gonna have to iron that shit up.
Iron what out? He's white. He don't count.
He does count.
No, his mama white.
Eh, see how it is.
Man,
Man, he got there's some black in there. I don't know what you talking about.
Ask him, did he eat red beans and rice? If he say yes, he invited.
ask him if he likes what?
Red beans and rice.
He likes to
Yes,
eat.
if he says yes, he's invited.
He's gonna say yes.
Everybody
I
invited.
don't talk to him. He's mad at me right now.
He mad at you because you won't be his girlfriend.
No.
Nah.
He's mad at me over a book that I was reading in his
Oh
live
no,
that I
he
burnt
mad
off.
at you that you didn't back his ass up.
He
You
had got
supposed to
over
be.
he had got over that time.
No, he ain't get over it.
That's
That
what
was
he
his
said.
second. He was just waiting to get mad at you.
We can have couples therapy.
He's not my couple. Shut up.
He's just gonna have to concede.
Shut
You
up.
gotta be like, "Oh, baby, you need to concede, baby. You need to concede if this is gonna work. You need to concede.
I'm gonna sleep
Show
up in
them
my
the,
mouth.
show them the, show them the placard. You confess. Show them the placard from the Sphinx that you said was in Memphis. Why didn't you show the placard on your video? We'll
I
take
don't
it
care
down.
about his
He
thing.
like he like it got 6,000 likes though. But it's a lie. We have to deal with truth.
No.
He out of that reality.
You never supported my career. Because your
It's
career is a whole hoax. That's why.
because his mama's white.
This is what my boy Dante looking at Yahweh, yo. That's my dude.
You posted this thing as alien picture. Somebody said, "Easy, come on, baby. You better than that, bro."
He
I
said
love
Earth
that.
Speaks got them rabbit teeth.
No, don't be mean.
What'd you say, Mom?
No, don't be mean.
Child of the Sun said Earth Speak got them rabbit
No.
teeth. Man, he look. Come on now, we just cracking safe jokes. This dude was inviting people to
No,
his
you know what?
private
You're
parts.
right.
Yeah, come on,
He's
man. We
not
up here, we
black
cook
first.
each other, but we
He's not
make fun
black.
of each other. Yo, you can go to our videos, me, Suit, and Buck. We be making fun of each other. If we got on some weird shit or something going on with our hair or something, we crack jokes all the time. We ain't gonna invite nobody to the private parts. He was
No,
up here
I
talking about some suck this and
my
suck that and put it in your mouth. Like, what are you
Yeah, I
talking about?
can't. Yeah, probably so.
Come on now, black people cut up. That's what we do. We cut up and we joke. But we know where you cross a certain line. You inviting people to your private parts, and we were talking about birds and dogs and camels. And you couldn't pull up your sources, and now you mad and you want to do some gangbanging shit and inviting people to your privates.
You light skin. Child of the sun, you light
see,
skin.
We can crack a joke about the nigga teeth. Like, what the
let me
fuck is the
ask you a
problem?
question. Would
Mm-mm.
you rather I go after the pink panda, also known as
He
the
called
X?
you recessive. You're not recessive. He recessive. He's
Oh,
his
wait,
mama
wait.
white.
Or, or do you want me to go after the spiritual people?
They gonna get it too.
I'm glad I'm a truth seeker.
Now, you be over there fucking with them spiritual niggas too. I'll be seeing you.